Record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi.
I'm Your Honor, the defense.
Now, Mr. Nurmi.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, the defense rests.
All right, Mr. Martinez, the state may call its first rebuttal witness.
The state calls Janeen DeMarte.
Please come forward to be sworn.
Can you spell your first and last name?
Janeen. Last name is DE, capital M-A-R-T-E.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please walk around and have a seat. Mr. Martinez.
May I have your name, please?
Janeen DeMarte.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a clinical psychologist.
And as part of being a clinical psychologist, where did you get your undergraduate degree?
University of Massachusetts
And when did you get that degree?
in 2002.
What area did you study to attain that degree?
My degree is in psychology.
And after that, did you continue your studies?
Yes.
And did you continue them at that same university, or did you go somewhere else?
I went to Michigan State University.
And you said that you received your degree what year?
My undergraduate was in 2002.
And you said you went to the University of Michigan. So you went to the University of Michigan what year?
I went to Michigan State University in 2003.
And in between there, what did you do?
I worked in 2 research labs.
And what did you do in those research labs?
One research lab was focused on the externalizing behaviors of children. So what I would do in that research lab is conduct psychological evaluations.
And how many evaluations would you say you conducted?
That's hard to say. I would say roughly 50. I was administering tests during that time.
And so you conducted these evaluations. Did you do anything else?
I worked with the data that we received there. I worked with the various graduate students, the psychologist that was running the research study. I also worked in another research lab where I was the manager of the lab.
And then you said that in 2003, I believe, you went to the, University of Michigan?
Michigan State.
Michigan State. And what was the purpose of going to Michigan State?
I went there to begin school, to begin my doctorate, my PhD.
And that course, how long does it take?
I completed my master's degree there in 2005, and I completed my doctorate in 2009.
So it looks like you were there, about 5 years? Is that correct?
I was there 5 years.
And so you completed your studies in 2009, I think you said, correct?
I completed my actual studies in 2008. After you complete your studies, you have to complete a residency before you can formally get your doctorate.
And this residency, where did that take place?
Here in Phoenix, Arizona, at Arizona State Hospital.
And how long was that residency?
It was a year.
And while you are doing this residency work, what is it that you do?
I worked at Arizona State Hospital. There's a number of different branches at Arizona State Hospital. They have what's called the forensic units, where those are where individuals who are deemed guilty except insane, instead of serving their time in prison, they get sent to Arizona State Hospital to get treatment.
And with regard to those individuals, what did you do?
I provided treatment and evaluation of those patients.
When you say treatment, specifically, what are we talking about, since we're going to be talking about evaluations and treatment? What is the difference?
In treatment, there's different modalities of treatment. Individual treatment would be counseling, sitting across from someone, identifying what their primary areas of concern are, and engaging in treatment to try and make them more functioning, alleviate symptoms.
And what else did you do there? You treated or counseled people. What else?
I also performed evaluations.
And how many evaluations would you say you performed during that period of time?
I would have to say roughly about 15.
And after that year, what did you do in terms of your education or becoming licensed?
After that year, I could have become licensed, but I chose not to become licensed at that time.
Why is that?
I wanted to spend the year engaging more with other psychologists who were in practice, so that I could get more experience and broaden my array of the different domains of type of work that I could do, rather than just going into, for example, becoming licensed and then working in a hospital or having my own private practice. I wanted more opportunity to work with various psychologists.
So when did you become licensed?
I became licensed in July of 2010.
And upon becoming or obtaining your license, where did you begin working?
I became the director of a large behavioral health agency here in Phoenix.
As the director of the behavioral health agency, specifically in terms of staff, did you supervise staff?
Yes, that was one of my primary roles.
So what kind of staff did you supervise?
I supervised a broad range of behavioral health staff, including master's level counselors, master's level social workers, also doctorate level, both at the MD and PhD level, nurse practitioners. I was essentially in charge of all of the training and all of the clinical work that was done in the agency.
You indicated that you supervised, I think, doctoral candidates. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the other thing that I did, is that one of my primary responsibilities was to create a training program. It ended up being quite large, roughly about 30 students. These were master's level and doctoral level students who were in the process of obtaining their degree. So, for example, what I taught them how to do was conduct psychological evaluations, interpret test results, write reports, in addition to therapy.
So, for example, in this case, did you have occasion to go visit the defendant in jail?
Yes.
And when you went to visit the defendant in jail, did somebody come with you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Dr. Celeste Corsten, at the time she had already obtained her degree, but she was in that situation that I highlighted earlier where she had not received her license yet. So she was shadowing me to learn how to do forensic evaluations.
You indicated that you also supervised those that had a master's in this field. Specifically, what did you do with regard to them?
Individuals who have a master's degree typically do not do evaluations, so I did not train them how to do evaluations. Rather, my primary role with them was to train them how to be clinicians, how to be therapists.
We had somebody by the name of Alice LaViolette who testified here. Are you familiar with her?
Yes.
And in terms of where she falls in this continuum of education, where would she fall?
She has her master's degree in counseling, or marriage and family counseling.
Is she somebody that, you told us that you supervise these individuals, would she be somebody that you also supervised in your previous position?
Yes.
And so you have those that have the doctorate and are training, you have those that have the master's. Did you supervise anybody else? Or is that it?
That would cover everybody.
What type of work or what type of services were provided by this place where you were working?
The Behavioral Health Agency?
Right. Mm-hmm.
They provided a broad array of services. The age range was quite wide. We provided services as young as 2, and I think our oldest patient was 99, somewhere around there. We provided therapy and evaluation.
So during this time, it appears that you had a supervisory role, but at that time, did you also have a role in, for example, any of the treatment that was going on with the patients there?
Yes.
And specifically, tell me how it was that you were involved in the treatment aspect of your job.
Well, my primary role was a director there, but in addition to that, I did see my own patients. In terms of therapy, I had a handful of individual therapy patients that I would see on a regular basis, and I also conducted forensic evaluations in addition to being the primary lead on all of the evaluations that were done by any of the doctoral level students.
And what kind of issues were presented there? In other words, what would you deal with on a day-to-day basis?
In terms of the evaluations?
Yes.
The type of questions that were posed primarily was what was the diagnostic picture of this individual. A lot of times the evaluations that we conducted were coming from children who had been in the system for quite a while and had sometimes, unfortunately, 6, 7 different diagnoses. And they would send them to us to help determine what is going on with them, what is their actual diagnosis, so as to help with treatment.
And as part of working there, did you also have any occasion to have any contracts with any superior courts for evaluations?
I did conduct evaluations during that time.
And which county? Was it this county or another county?
This county and Pinell County.
We've been talking about treatment and we've been talking about evaluation. Starting with evaluation, tell me what an evaluation is and what the purpose is of an evaluation. And so that we can then compare it to treatment. What is an evaluation in a forensic setting?
The psychological evaluation is a comprehensive assessment to determine whatever it is the referral question is, which again is usually what is a person's diagnostic picture.
So you're looking to determine a person's diagnostic picture at the time that you're conducting the evaluation, right?
If that's the referral question, yes.
And how is that different than treatment? It seems to me that you're going to be talking to both of them at the same time, right?
You do talk to both of them. They're very separate roles.
Well, how is treatment different than the evaluation for forensic purposes?
An important part of therapy, treatment, is that you develop a relationship with the person. You develop a closeness with them. Whereas in an evaluation, you're an independent evaluator, so is that you're not biased. If, for example, I was to be asked to provide an evaluation, an independent evaluation on any of my therapy clients that I see right now, I would not be able to do that. I have a relationship with them already.
So is there an ethical issue involving a situation where you're both a treating psychologist as well as someone who's evaluating that individual?
Absolutely, especially if you're called in as an expert witness.
So when you do this evaluation, do you go in, for example, and say to yourself, well, this is a person, I've been contacted, and so I think that this person has, let's just pick something out of the air as a diagnosis, PTSD. So assuming that's what you think, do you then go about, as part of that evaluation, looking for items that confirm that diagnosis of PTSD, if that is your hypothesis?
No, it's not a good idea to go in with a hypothesis, because if you do that, then you're leaving out all the other possibilities. And that's our job as clinical psychologists, to be able to identify a broad array of symptoms so as to take that into consideration.
So what's the approach that is supposed to be taken with regard to an evaluation?
Well, typically in an evaluation, forensic evaluation, we receive records first. It's not always the comprehensive amount of records that we end up receiving, but we get some records first.
And what is it that you do with the records? What happens? So you get records, and what happens?
Read the records, review them, and certainly from those records, there can be indicators in there that there are certain diagnoses that may be present versus others.
As part of those records that you get, when you read these records, I heard what your education was, but as part of that education, as a psychologist, does a psychologist have a special power, if you will, to go behind, for example, the words that are written down and say, well, if a person says up, they really mean down? Is that something that you are taught when you attend school?
No, if I understand your question correctly, what we do is we use those records as objective data. You take it at face value for what it says, and then you integrate it down the road into something meaningful.
When you say you take those records as objective data, what are you saying about the records that you are calling objective data?
What I mean by that is if I look at it and then I give it to somebody else, that they'll read and see the exact same thing. It's objective.
So for example, if it has the word to, T-O-O, are you saying then that somebody else could then, who can read, can then take that same document, for example, and read the word T-O-O-O, T-O-O, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So for example, if we take a look at one exhibit here, it's 456. Have you read this before?
Yes.
We have here something that says, I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report. A psychologist, do they have the, ability to somehow look at that and say, for example, I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report. Do you have the ability to say, I haven't written because there has been something noteworthy to report? Is that the kind of thing that you do when you read reports in anticipation of this evaluation?
I read it for face value. I read it for what it says.
So objectively, what does that first sentence say?
I haven't written because there's been nothing noteworthy to report.
Do you go behind the words and say, well, this person said there hasn't been anything noteworthy to report, so I'm going to go behind the word and say, yes, there has been something noteworthy to report just because I'm a psychologist?
No, that's just one piece of objective data that would be later integrated.
So, but do you have the ability to go back and say, I'm going to change this word here, nothing, to something else just because you're a psychologist?
No.
Is there anything in the schooling of a psychologist that allows you to take a look at an objective word or a word that's printed out? Is there a course or is there anything out there that allows a psychologist to say, well, they wrote that, but the word nothing doesn't mean nothing? Is there anything out there that allows you to do that?
No.
How about the people that have worked for you? Somebody who has a master's and is a psychotherapist, and they've been working, let's say, for 30, 35 years. Do they, to your knowledge, do they have this special ability to go behind whatever is written down and say, we're going to disregard it and just trust me as the psychotherapist when it says something else than what is printed there?
Objection, lack of speculation and lack of knowledge, or speculation and lack of knowledge to comment on 34 years of experience.
Sustained.
Anything that you know that would allow, and you've trained these people and you've supervised, a psychotherapist with a master's to go behind the words?
No, and I'm very familiar with the curriculum.
And so, for example, in this case, there was this talk about the law of attraction. How familiar are you with that?
I've heard of it.
And is this some sort of doctrine that Michigan State had a course in?
No.
How about, I think you said you went to school in Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
Perhaps back in the East Coast, did they have some sort of course out there that taught the law of attraction as part of a psychology degree?
No.
Is that a psychology type of concept, this law of attraction?
Not in the way that it's used in, I believe it's called The Secret.
So with regard to The Secret, what is The Secret?
Objection, speculation, knowledge. She just heard of it.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
My knowledge of it is limited. It's to say,
Objection, Judge.
Overruled.
it's the idea of putting out positivity.
And The Secret, is that a movie or what is it? Do you know if it's a movie or it's just the concept that you know
I
about?
believe it is a movie.
Is The Secret required reading or is it The Secret part of the training that you received while you were conducting your 1 year at the Arizona State Hospital? Is that something that you even came across as part of your psychology training before you were actually licensed?
I came across it in terms of patients bringing it up and it causing problems in treatment.
When you say it was causing problems in treatment, specifically, what are you talking about?
Well, when I'm in a therapeutic role, my goal is to teach my patients or work with them on how to become balanced and how to view the world in a balanced way, because there are negative things that happen in life and there's also positive things. And so The Secret encourages people to only focus on the positive aspects of life, which unfortunately causes disappointment quite a bit.
So, as part of you've told us that as part of a forensic evaluation, you do read some materials. You've told us that, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And then after you read these materials, you're familiar with at least what the individual has written, correct?
Based on whatever was provided me at that time.
And in this case, there were materials provided to you in conjunction with somebody by the name of Jodi Arias, correct?
That's correct.
Is she in the court today?
Yes.
Tell me where she is seated and what she is wearing.
She's sitting right over here with a beige shirt.
If you could just point her out for me, please. Judge, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So, as part of this evaluation process, you've now read what this individual has written. What is the next step that is taken with regard to a forensic evaluation?
I then schedule to go see the individual.
And is there, for example, a mandate, for example, that you are to see this individual, I don't know, over 40 hours? Is there such a requirement, for example, that you see somebody that many hours?
No.
And in fact, do you consider 40 hours to be average, below average, or above that?
It's extreme. Extreme.
When you say it's extreme, what does that mean?
I've never heard of someone spending so much time. Are you speaking about a full evaluation?
Somebody sitting and talking to the defendant for 44 hours as part of a clinical interview.
As just a clinical interview,
Correct.
that makes it even more extreme.
Why is that?
Well, in clinical practice, just generally in evaluations, first of all, we're not afforded the opportunity to spend that much time. Typical clinical interviews, if we're talking about just regular evaluations, range anywhere from an hour to maybe 3 or 4 hours. In forensic evaluations, it certainly is more time because usually we do have access to more records. They tend to be a little bit more complicated, so clinical interviewing certainly can last longer.
And so with the 44 hours, is there a danger associated with spending that much time with an individual talking?
The first thing that I think of when someone spends 44 hours with another individual in a clinical setting is that it becomes therapeutic, or it comes to mind maybe some of my students who weren't very good at clinical interviews yet and they really didn't know what to look for, and so they ended up taking much more time doing it.
And you did conduct a clinical interview with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
So when you walked into this clinical interview and you sat down to talk to her, when did you apologize to her?
I didn't apologize to her.
Why not? Why wouldn't you apologize? You read her journals, didn't you?
I did.
So as part of a forensic interview, do you see anything problematic with apologizing to the person that you are going to interview?
Objection, speculation, and knowledge.
Overruled.
I don't see the need to apologize to anybody. That seems odd.
Why does it seem odd to come in and apologize to somebody?
Apologize for what?
For whatever it is that you had to speak to them. Is that something that you would do?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
It would certainly give the impression that that person feels bad for them or has a relationship outside of that independent evaluator. It's odd. I don't know of people who go in and apologize. It doesn't make sense to me.
If an individual, if you, for example, were to go in and apologize and you said that you feel bad, if you felt bad walking into the interview, do you think that that's a problem in terms of your objective conduct of this interview?
Yes, and I think that's primarily why, or one of the reasons why some psychologists choose to not be evaluators, because they have a difficult time taking an objective approach and not feeling compassion towards a person, being able to go in there and be an objective evaluator.
So with regard to this issue of compassion, is that something, again, being compassionate during these forensic evaluations, is that something that is taught, for example, at Michigan State University? Is there a course that says when you go in, you need to be compassionate with these people that you are evaluating forensically?
No, you shouldn't feel that compassion. You should go in there as an independent.
And again, why wouldn't you feel this compassion toward this individual?
It would
That
just
you-
bias your results.
Pardon?
It would bias your results and make you sway more in finding things that might be more helpful for them. If you feel bad for them, you want to help them.
And is that problematic if you are just there to evaluate them and provide an opinion involving a diagnosis?
Yes, because the results are not going to be accurate.
Well, as part of your evaluation with the defendant, how many hours did you devote to the clinical interview in this case?
The clinical interview was roughly 12 hours, which is a lot, which is high for a clinical interview.
Did that clinical interview that you're talking about, did that include the administration of any forensic tests?
Not in those 12 hours. I did additional testing on top of that.
So, for example, for the 12 hours that you spoke with her, with the defendant, there was not any, the testing was separate and apart from those 12 hours, right?
That's correct.
And once you were done with those 12 hours and the testing was done, did you then have occasion to, let's say, 10 months later, go back to see the defendant?
I did not.
Well, why wouldn't you go back to see the defendant after you are done with your evaluation?
Objection, Judge Improper.
Overruled.
Okay.
May continue.
Ma'am, after you conducted this forensic interview and you were done with the forensic interview, is there any need, after you're done with an interview as a forensic examiner and conducting an evaluation, is there a need to go back and then speak with the person that you have just evaluated?
If I was uncertain about if I had received new data that suggested something different than what I had already concluded after I had conducted my testing and clinical interviewing, then I would potentially go back.
But aside from that, is there a need to go back if there's no new data or you were uncertain about your opinion? And if you were certain about your opinion?
Not for any ethical reasons that I can think of.
And so, with regard to this evaluation, and when you're conducting this evaluation, do you ever bring gifts to the person or do you ever provide gifts to the person that you are evaluating?
No, that's inappropriate.
Why is it inappropriate to provide a gift to somebody you are evaluating?
That's creating what's called a multiple relationship. It's what we talked about a little bit earlier about the difference between what is a therapist and what is an evaluator. As an evaluator, you want to be an independent person that's not influencing the individual in any kind of way.
In this case, one of the things that we've heard, and have you been provided with Richard Samuels' notes in this case?
Yes.
And after having been provided with those notes, it indicates that he made a gift of a book called The Erroneous Zones to the defendant.
Objection as to the wording, there was never a gift mentioned. That's the state's own.
Sustained.
With regard to this book, it was provided by Mr. Samuels to the defendant, The Erroneous Zones. Are you familiar with the book, The Erroneous Zones?
I'm not familiar with that.
So, if you are evaluating somebody, have you ever, in your experience, ever provided, for example, a book to somebody?
No.
And have you ever provided a book that may be a self-help book as part of this evaluation?
No, aside from it being creating a multiple relationship, I would be concerned about how that book might influence their response to any of my testing or how they responded to the clinical interview.
And what do you mean how they would respond? Exactly what are you talking about?
They may learn new information in there that they could use to then give the false pretense that they have whatever it says in the book, or it could teach them something that they didn't know before. The whole point of an evaluation is to evaluate the person for who they are.
And when you say that as part of this evaluation, you spent how many hours in the clinical interview, the speaking portion?
Roughly 12.
And what is the purpose of the clinical interview, as, for example, in this case?
The clinical interview affords me the opportunity to learn about Miss Arias. It gave me the opportunity to ask her about, for example, her medical history, her social history, her ability to connect with other people, her educational history, also her psychological history, what her symptoms look like when she was a child versus adult. I covered a broad array of areas that are typically covered in a clinical interview.
And did you also cover, for example, in this particular case, what her sexual experiences may have been?
Yes.
And did you also cover other areas of her relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Part of this interview. Then you also said that you conducted some testing, correct?
Correct.
What's the purpose of conducting testing?
It's kind of like I described earlier when we have written communication or records. It's just another piece of data. The good thing about testing is that it provides another objective viewpoint.
And the people that worked for you, those that had the masters and that were the psychotherapists in the state of Arizona, can they provide or give tests to an individual that they are working with?
It's a very restricted amount of testing that they can do. Essentially what they can do is what's called being a psychometrist, which means that they're able to administer tests, but they are not able to, unless they're under the supervision of a psychologist, they're not able to interpret it.
And in this case, one of the reports, did you have a report from Richard Samuels?
Yes.
Is that the only report that you had?
No.
What other report did you have?
I also,
Objection, Your Honor.
You may. Proceed.
With regard to this issue involving Cheryl Karp, did you receive some documentation or a report from her?
I did receive a report.
And did you also receive some notes and test data from her?
That's correct.
And these results and this report and this test data, did it contain a diagnosis, yes or no?
Yes.
And this diagnosis that she had, is this something that you considered in reaching whatever opinion you have in this case that we haven't talked about yet?
Yes.
With regard to Cheryl Karp, is she a psychologist or a psychiatrist?
She's a psychologist.
Is she somebody that also, from reading the report and the notes and the raw data, did she also administer tests?
Yes.
Did she also have a clinical interview?
Yes.
And as part of, well, her diagnosis was also that of PTSD, correct?
That is correct.
But the triggering event of that PTSD, what was the triggering event that Cheryl Karp indicated that she and the defendant had talked about that formed the basis of her opinion that this was PTSD?
Dr. Karp indicated that the reason why Ms. Arias developed PTSD was a result of her alleged abusive relationship.
You were able to look at the abusive or the details of the abuse that were laid out by Cheryl Karp, correct?
Correct.
And that abuse that is detailed in Ms. Karp's report, did you compare it to the abuse that was given to you or related to you by the defendant?
Yes.
And were they the same or were they different?
They were very different.
In terms of the abuse that was related to, or that the defendant provided to Cheryl Karp, when you say it was very different, was it more or was it less abuse that was reported by the defendant?
She reported to Dr. Karp significantly more abuse than she reported to me or to anybody else that I had the opportunity to review the records.
So did she provide or indicate more abuse to Dr. Karp than she did to Dr. Samuels?
That's correct.
Did she provide or indicate more abuse to Dr. Karp than she did to Ms. Laviolette?
That's correct.
Did she provide more indications of abuse than she did to you?
Yes.
How many incidents of abuse did she indicate to you, or physical abuse, that there were?
She told me that there were 4 distinct episodes of alleged abuse.
How many events did she indicate to Mr. Samuels of abuse?
It's my understanding there was 4.
How about to Alice Laviolette? How many incidents did she report to her?
Physical abuse, is that what you're
Yes,
referring
physical
to?
abuse, correct.
4.
But in terms of Cheryl Karp, how many events did she indicate to Ms. Karp in terms of this physical abuse?
I can't even count. There was numerous reports of frequent abuse and threatening behavior.
But there was also some events of physical abuse. Were they more or less than she reported to you?
She reported significantly more to Dr. Karp than she did to me.
And with regard to the report to Dr. Karp, was that in the form of a document, or was it during the clinical interview that she provided to her?
It was part of testing.
So this test where she reported this elevated or significant physical abuse, what is that test called?
I believe it's called the partner abuse scale. I'd have to review my records to be certain.
So, and as a result of the partner abuse scale, and as a result of this reporting, in your opinion, did you see what opinion Dr. Karp reached with regard to the defendant? What was her opinion as to whether or not this was PTSD?
She concluded that Ms. Arias had PTSD as a result of the alleged abuse.
And did she cite one single event that if you will, triggered this PTSD, or did she indicate something else?
No, she did not specifically indicate one.
You now have that, and you now have that Cheryl Karp also gave some tests, correct?
Yes,
With regard to this testing, did you do any testing?
I did do testing.
And the testing that you did any of it relate to what Cheryl Karp had done?
Yes.
Okay, which test did you give in response to what Cheryl Karp had given?
I administered what's called the trauma symptom inventory. I did that because Dr. Karp had already administered that to her, and I was looking for consistency over time.
And what's a TSI is the acronym, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What is a trauma symptom inventory? What is that measure? What are we looking at?
Essentially, it's a self-report measure, which means that Ms. Arias was filling out a questionnaire. There's 100 questions. It's a measure of general emotional distress as a result of being exposed to some sort of trauma. The important part of this test is that it doesn't identify what the trauma is. It simply asks questions like, do you have nightmares? Or do you have intrusive thoughts? These are all indications of exposure to a trauma.
And this test, did you administer it on one occasion or two occasions?
I administered it twice.
And what you've told us that mostly, if you have a test, you get a result. What is the reason that you actually administered it on two occasions to the defendant?
I administered it back to back. I didn't come back and give it to her a different time. The reason why I did that was because on the TSI, it indicates that the person's to reflect back on the last 6 months of their life. Well, the killing occurred several years prior, and the alleged abuse occurred several years prior. So I wanted to make sure to follow the protocol that Dr. Karp did, which was to have her fill out the questionnaire as it pertains to the last 6 months of her life, again, while she was in jail. I also wanted her to reflect back to what it was like when she was in her relationship with Mr. Alexander.
And with regard to the TSI results of the last 6 months while she had been in jail, what is it that you found?
I found relatively consistent results within my 2 times that I administered it and with Dr. Karp. There was some slight differences, but generally similar.
Specifically, what were the findings with regard to the one that talks about the 6 months prior to the administration of the test?
May I reference my test results?
Sure, but let me have it so I can mark it. Take a look at Exhibit 620, and I will ask you some questions, then ask you to review it, and then we will proceed. Have you reviewed it?
Yes.
Now, with regard to that particular test, in the previous 6 months before the test was administered while she was in jail, and let me go ahead and have it, that result, the exhibit. What did you find?
She was experiencing a number of symptoms related to depression, anxiety, a variety of symptoms.
And is that anything unusual given the fact that she was in jail?
No.
Speculation. Knowledge.
Now, with regard to the administration of the tests involving Mr. Alexander and her relationship to Mr. Alexander, what time period did you reference or indicate to her that the questions applied?
I wanted to be expansive, so what I did is I had her think back to January of 2007. The reason why I chose that date is because she indicated that he started to, albeit jokingly, but making comments to her that she didn't like.
And take a look at Exhibit 620 and see if that refreshes your recollection as to what your results were. So what were the results of the TSI for that January 2007 period?
Again, very similar results. The most notable difference was that during that time, she was having sexual concerns, uneasiness about her sexual behavior.
And so when you say they were about the same, is she having anxiety? Is that what was going on, or what?
Yes, anxiety, depression, indication of nightmares, intrusive thoughts.
It appears that, I guess, for lack of a better term, the profiles were the same, both in January of 2007 and when she was in jail and you administered the test.
Objection reading.
Overall.
Relatively the same. There were some differences.
This testing that you conducted, did you also conduct further testing? Did you conduct further testing other than this TSI, this trauma symptom inventory?
Yes.
Did you review Mr. Samuel's report to see whether or not he had administered something called a PDS?
Yes.
Objection, judges, to the referral as Mr. Samuels when he's a doctor.
All right, Ms. DeMarte. With regard to Dr. Samuel's...
Either way, judges, respect.
With regard to Dr. Samuel's report, did he administer a PDS?
Correct.
What does PDS stand for?
Post-traumatic stress diagnostic scale.
And what is this test looking to do?
The test is administered to determine whether there's a presence of post-traumatic stress disorder.
And were you able to look, well, what is it that Dr. Samuels provided to you in terms of the raw data?
Essentially a bubble sheet.
And when you say essentially a bubble sheet, what are we talking about?
It's raw data from the PDS.
And what is a bubble sheet? Explain to me. We all have seen bubble sheets, but how was this, to your understanding, how was this bubble sheet created?
Well, typically the answer sheet is given to the person that's being evaluated, and they fill it out themselves as they're reading the questions that are on the questionnaire.
For example, when you've administered these tests to other people, do you provide them with the test-approved sheet in which to mark the bubbles, if it is a bubble-type test? Do you do that?
Do I give it to them?
In other words, you administered the the MMPI, correct?
That's correct.
Is that also a bubble type of test?
Yes.
With regard to this bubble type test, did you, when you administer it, do you actually write the responses down on a legal pad and then transfer them for the person that you're testing onto the bubble sheet? Or do you just give them the bubble sheet to fill it out?
No, the answer sheet is given to them, and they fill it out themselves.
Why not just do it on a legal pad as you sit there and ask them the questions? Why don't you do it that way?
That's not the protocol of giving the tests.
Is there a danger if you are filling out, for example, the answers and then transferring them over to the bubble sheet?
Sure, there's human error that's involved.
And is that the protocol that's followed in administering these type of tests?
No.
So you were provided with the bubble sheet, correct? With regard to the PDS, right?
That's correct.
And what was your understanding as to who filled out the bubble sheet when it was given to you?
I was under the impression Ms. Arias did.
And again, if Ms. Arias hadn't filled it out, would that, in your opinion, just your opinion, would that be a problem with the protocol in administering the PDS test or any test?
Yes, if there wasn't an extreme reason as to why that had to occur.
As you sit here today, can you think of an extreme reason why the person who is having the test administered is not filling out the bubble sheet?
No.
So you were provided, though, with the bubble sheet, right?
Yes.
But in and of itself, the bubble sheet, does it tell you anything independent of looking at other sources? By just looking at these bubbles filled out, does it tell you anything?
No, it wasn't scored. It was just the raw data.
And did you have to look at somewhere else to look at the questions?
Yes.
And is that something else that's, as a psychologist, you have to go out and get, correct?
That's correct.
Was that provided by Dr. Samuels or not?
No, it was not.
So did you go out and get or obtain a copy of the test itself so that you could compare it then to what was on the bubble sheet?
Yes, I did.
And when you did that, what is it that you found with regard to the question that talks about the triggering mechanism for PTSD?
I found that she indicated that it was an event that occurred with a stranger.
And if in this case it's been determined that the event that we're talking about did not involve a stranger, it actually involved Mr. Alexander, if that were the case, what would that do to the validity of all of the answers that followed?
It would invalidate it. Can I explain why?
Sure.
PTSD is one of those disorders, one of the only disorders that we have as psychologists that we can directly link back the etiology, meaning where did this come from? It's a specific trauma. And the PDS actually does a good job because it asks for the exact trauma to be identified up front. And the symptoms that are then filled out are associated with that trauma. So for example, I have nightmares about that trauma. I have intrusive thoughts about that specific trauma. Again, there's a direct link. So in this situation, if the original item was, you said it was related to, was found what?
Well, let's say the answer that you looked at involved what? What was the trigger event on the PDS that you had?
That it was by an individual that was a stranger.
What if it turned out that that was an absolute untruth? That it wasn't a stranger, it was somebody that she actually knew. You indicated that that would invalidate the rest of the test, right?
It would absolutely invalidate the test.
Well, what about the position that, for example, that says, well, she still suffered trauma, it's just that maybe it was a white lie that she told about what the triggering event was. If it was just a white lie, and all of this other stuff here refers to the white lie, does that somehow validate this test?
It does not, again, because PTSD is strongly tied to what the actual trauma is.
So in terms of this PDS, if the trauma was not related to a stranger, in terms of the opinion in this case, is it worth anything?
No, other than it's other evidence that Ms. Arias decided to lie on a test.
Objection, Judge. May we approach? May approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sustaining the objection to the last question. You are to disregard the last answer. Dr. DeMarte, please listen carefully to the question being asked and answer only the question being asked. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Mr. Marte, with regard to the changed story, do you know whether or not, or is it your understanding that the event that was cited as the triggering event for this PDS has subsequently changed in terms of what the defendant is saying?
I'm aware of that.
And because there's been this change to this other event where the defendant indicated that it was Mr. Alexander and her killing him that caused this trauma, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this PDS is valid as a confirmatory test for PTSD?
It is not valid.
And why not? Why isn't it valid? Especially in light of the fact that they're both trauma.
The questions on the test specifically go back and ask the person to reference the specific trauma that they identified on the test. She identified a different trauma, and so all of her questions, again, such as I have intrusive memories, were related to that event.
And in scoring this test, have you seen the scoring sheets in this case?
No,
Let's take, so they were not provided to you by Dr. Samuels.
that's correct.
Exhibit number 550. Do you see there the number of symptoms endorsed is 17?
Yes.
Once this test, and then we'll take a look at exhibit number 535, and then you see the number of symptoms endorsed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Obviously, those are two different results, correct?
Correct.
In your practice, once something has been scored, something such as this has been scored, is there a reason, and you've reached your hypothesis, and this confirms it, is there a reason to keep going back and rescoring something? Is that something that Michigan State, as part of their doctoral education, is that something that they teach, that once you have a hypothesis, it's confirmed, that you keep going back and scoring it, not once, not twice, but 3 times?
No.
Why would you, can you see any circumstance or any necessity to score something 3 times?
The only reason why I could see that someone would rescore it is if it wasn't scored properly the first time, or if they were trying to manipulate the data. I can't think of another reason why.
One of the other tests that was administered by Dr. Samuels was the MCMI. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 541. Was this provided to you by Dr. Samuels?
Yes.
And if we take a look down here at the bottom, it does talk about PTSD. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it talks about a 10, and then a 69, and a 69. First of all, with regard to this 69, if we go up to the top, it talks about an unadjusted base rate score. What does that mean?
Statistically, they just adjust it. So we usually go off of the final base rate score.
So does that mean anything, or do we really need to, if not ignore it, look to the final?
Look at the final base rate score.
And in this case, what was the final score?
For PTSD, it was 69.
And then if we go to the next page, it talks about base rate scores. What are base rate scores?
Just symptom presentation, symptom endorsement.
So, but what's the importance, for example, of having a 60, a 75, 85? What does that mean?
Well, on any psychological test, there has to be some sort of threshold that has been designated through research that essentially tells us as psychologists, if it's past this threshold, it's meaningful. If it's not past that threshold, it's not clinically relevant.
So, for example, let's say that we were talking about PTSD, and we have a score that's between 60 and 75. Could I or you, as a psychologist, say, well, you know what? Yeah, that's what we have in this score, but because I've been practicing for 35 years, I'm going to ignore that. And because of my experience, I'm going to look at the number between 60 and 75 and say that that's indicative of PTSD. Is that the way it works?
No.
Why not?
Well, again, there's a threshold that's set forth by research, and you follow the threshold. It's identified in the manual. You certainly don't pretend like the score isn't there if it's below 75, but it's not telling us that it's clinically significant, which after 75, it becomes clinically significant.
And by clinically significant, that means that that's an indication, correct?
Yes.
In and of itself, does that mean that if the person has an elevated score between 75 and 85 under the PTSD marker, that they automatically have PTSD?
No, that's just one data point that's then incorporated with all the rest of the aspects of the evaluation.
And this is called the Milan or Milan also?
Milan.
And with regard to this Milan test, if it's been scored once, is there any reason and the scoring, if it's done by a computer, let's assume it's done by a computer, is there, and that doesn't have human error like the PDS, you can tell you tell us whether or not it was scored, this is exhibit number 550, can you tell us whether or not it was scored manually or whether it was scored by a computer?
I would make the assumption that it's manual because it's handwritten.
And with regard to this, the MCMI, by looking at this, can you tell us whether or not this was done by a computer or manually?
Looks like a typical computer printout.
If, for example, if this is done by a computer, do you see a need to go back and rescore this thing?
No.
Is there any reason to suspect or any reason that you can think of to go ahead and rescore this thing once a computer has done it the first time?
Only for the reasons that I highlighted before.
And what are those reasons?
That there was some sort of error that was made or that the data was being manipulated.
And if we take a look at Exhibit 535, Ma'am, this Ms. DeMarte, this MCMI score or test, first of all, do you know what norming is? What does that mean?
Norming is just a reference group. It allows us, whenever there's a test taker, we can compare their test scores against the average normative reference group population.
This MCMI, this test, do you know what population it was normed against?
Yes.
And what was it normed against?
It's normed against what's called the clinical population. These were individuals who were seeking treatment or I believe it was treatment in an outpatient setting or inpatient setting. So these were individuals who are already identified as having a psychological disorder.
So if you are looking at the results of that we have in this case, for example, in exhibit number 553, are they being compared against the non-symptomatic population, or are they being compared against a population that has already been determined to have some sort of mental health issue?
A population that's been determined to have mental health issues.
So if we're trying to take a look at an individual such as Ms. Arias, in your opinion, why would we need to look at her behavior in comparison with somebody who has psychiatric issues, or has mental health issues already? Is that a problem, or is that something that you can do?
Well, I've used the MCMI myself before when I was working at the state hospital, and I found it to be very helpful because at that time I was working with individuals who were already deemed to have a psychological disorder. In a situation like this, my job was to determine whether there was a psychological disorder that was present. And the way that we do that is we look at symptom patterns and see how do they differentiate from the average person. So because of that, I would choose not to use a test like this.
And you have used this test in the past, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with the materials and the approach taken by Alice Laviolette?
Yes.
What approach did she take with regard to this case in the evaluation?
She took a different approach, a much more subjective approach, in that there was no testing that was conducted. There was no report that was written, so there was nothing, excuse me, there was nothing for me to read, any report that she wrote, any test data so that I can compare.
And so when you say that this was a much more subjective approach, is there something out there, for example, you were talking about these tests involving Ms. Karp and Dr. Karp and Dr. Samuels, you were told about these tests that you could actually run and compare yourself, right?
That's correct.
But with regard to Ms. Laviolette, is there any objective way that you could go back and look at something to say, oh, I see, this is how she reached the result, and I've been able to verify that result?
No, there was no report, there was no test data.
So what is it that she did then?
What she did is review.
Assumption, experience, relevance, speculation, lack of knowledge.
Approach. Sustained.
With regard to Alice Laviolette, were you provided any materials that she created, such as notes?
Objection has to be answered.
Overruled.
I was provided with notes.
Were you also provided with an interview that you conducted in November of 2012 with the prosecutor? The audio tape.
Oh, the audio tape, yes.
And did you review that audio tape?
Yes.
And did you take a look at the notes that were provided to you?
Yes.
Did you, for example, the audio tape, did she discuss the approach that she took in this case?
Yes.
And with regard to her approach that she discussed, what was your understanding of the approach that she took?
She interviewed Miss Arias and she looked at records.
And with regard to the approach as a psychologist, what is your opinion as to the validity of that approach?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
There's a big piece of missing data there, which is giving tests.
Okay, and so what would the test have done?
It adds another objective measure.
And in this case, isn't that at all, correct?
Can you say that again?
There isn't any testing that she did, correct?
That's correct.
But how would that be important to Alice Laviolette's approach?
It's another.
Objection, Judge, lack of foundation with regard to domestic violence.
Overruled. You may continue.
It's another piece of data that would be able to be incorporated so that it's not just information that's coming directly from Miss Arias in a clinical interview.
And for example, in this case, are you familiar with the fact that there have been changing stories with regard to the defendant and events involved in this case?
Yes.
If that were the case, that there are this changing stories about the events, does that add anything or does that raise a red flag to you with regard to the approach that Alice Laviolette used?
Absolutely. If there's inconsistencies with Miss Arias's report, then we have to be concerned about which information that she gives us is accurate or not. So the more data points that we have to make a final conclusion, the more accurate it will be.
Ma'am, in Exhibit 600, one of the things that was discussed, for example, with Alice Laviolette was, and it's a instant message between Reagan Housley and Travis Alexander, and according to Alice Laviolette, that was on May 19th of 2008. In it, Mr. Alexander indicates that he is extreme.
Objection beyond scope. Beyond rebuttal.
Overruled.
He indicates that he is extremely afraid of the defendant because of her stalking behavior. And one of the things that Alice Laviolette told us was that, well, she didn't believe him. And she gave her reasons for that. Do you see anything in her approach, the approach that you are familiar with, do you see anything in her approach that would give her or you or anybody the ability to go behind the words and pass on the truthfulness or untruthfulness of that statement?
Objection is characterized as Ms. Laviolette's testimony.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
This is one piece of data that can be used as objective, and it can be used amongst with everything else that is collected. There's nothing that you can say it's in written word. It was given. You use it as a piece of data.
And so saying that you don't believe it, for example, her saying that she didn't believe it, and you...
Objection is characterized as a testimony.
The jury is directed to recall the evidence provided previously in this trial by the witness. You may continue.
With regard to whether or not this is something to be believed, does her approach lend itself to being able to make an assessment of when somebody is being truthful or untruthful just by looking at the written word, the objective data?
What that does is it changes objective data into subjective data.
And what do you mean that it changes it over to subjective data? What does that mean?
That if you were to give that same written word to somebody else, they may subjectively interpret it different rather than looking at it for what it is. If the words say something, that's what the words mean.
And so if you have the changing of the data, of the objective data, morphing over to subjective data, what does that tell you under this approach? Or does that tell you anything about the ultimate conclusion or opinion that is rendered based on this subjective interpretation of the words?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Approach, please. Overruled.
Ma'am, with regard to this subjectification, I know that's probably not a word, but taking the objective word and turning it subjective, if you will, and knowing the approach that was used with regard to Ms. Laviolette, and I'm just talking about not anything specific, but the actual opinion that may be rendered on this type of approach. Is that something that you believe would lead to a valid opinion if you are taking words that are objective and then making them subjective?
It's unreliable.
And why is it unreliable?
Because in that situation, then there would be no objective data that's being relied upon. Then that would mean that the approach is completely subjective.
So, for example, if we go back to exhibit number 456 that we've talked about already, and the approach were to change or make subjective what is written there in the first sentence, would your opinion then, would it be a valid opinion, irrespective of what the opinion is? Do you believe it would be a valid opinion? You were to read, for example, the journals and then change the words. Would that still render, in your opinion, a valid opinion?
Objection is characterized with the testimony as to changing the words in the journal.
Overruled. You may answer.
It would make it subjective and unreliable.
Is there, for example, any course that you've ever taken when you were studying to become a psychologist that indicates that that is an appropriate approach in a forensic evaluation?
No.
You indicated that you did administer some tests, and I think that you indicated that you administered one, the TSI, and we talked about that, right?
Correct.
You also administered other tests, right?
Correct.
What are the other tests?
I administered what's called the abbreviation for it is RAT, a wide range achievement test.
Well, let's talk about that one before we get done with the acronyms. The RAT, or W-R-A-T, why did you administer that?
The self-report measures, such as the TSI and another test that I gave, which is referred to as the MMPI, there's certain reading thresholds that are required in order for someone to take the test independently. So I wanted to make sure that Ms. Arias met that threshold so that I could give her the test and that it would be valid.
So in other words, you wanted to see, as what appears to be saying, you wanted to see if she could read at a certain level, right?
So I gave her the reading subtest.
Right, and that's the W-R-A-T. That tells you that she could read and could take the other tests, right?
Those were my findings.
And how is that test put together? I mean, it just ask questions, or explain a little bit about that test.
It's a very brief reading test. It's just a matter of presenting her with a list of words and asking her to read it out loud to me.
All right. Then what other tests did you administer?
I also administered what's called the WAIS. It's an intelligence test.
And that's WAIS.
Correct.
Do you know what that acronym stands for?
Wexler Adult Intelligence.
And why were you, what does this test measure? What is it that it's measuring?
It's a test of overall intelligence.
And so you administered it. Are you familiar with the term IQ?
Yes, it's the same as intelligence.
And so this is an IQ test?
That is correct.
And this IQ test, is it just one straight IQ, or is it divided into 4 subparts? Or explain to me about this.
Sure. The way that the test works is that there's an overall intelligence IQ of the individual, and there are 4 different domains that comprise this overall intelligence score.
And what are the 4 domains that are involved?
There's one domain called verbal comprehension, essentially the person's ability to verbally formulate words, their word knowledge.
How about the other domains?
Another one is called the perceptual reasoning domain. You can think about it as someone's ability to put together puzzles. So it's essentially nonverbal intelligence.
The third?
Another is called working memory, the ability to take in different pieces of information and keep it in your short-term memory while you utilize that information in some sort of way.
And with regard to this short-term memory test, what results did you get?
She performed well on it.
Was there ever an indication there that somehow she had any problems such that her memory was affected?
No.
How about the last one?
The last domain is called processing speed. Essentially what that tells us is how fast someone can think.
So what was her overall score or IQ score?
She scored relatively high in the above average range.
And what was that score, do you know?
May I reference my records?
Sure, just give it to me, however.
Judge, I'm going to object it beyond rebuttal, not rebuttal.
Overruled. Take a look at Exhibit 621, review it. Once you've reviewed it, please give it back. What was the overall IQ score?
The overall IQ is 119.
And did she achieve a score on any of these 4 domains that was in the very superior range?
Yes, and the first domain that I described was the verbal comprehension.
And what did she score there?
I believe it's 136.
Take a look at it okay. And when you say that's very superior, what does that mean?
Objection, not rebuttal.
What does that mean?
It's the highest possible that you can get in terms of descriptor domains, so it's very high.
Did you also administer another test?
Yes,
What was that?
what's called the MMPI,
And what does that stand for?
the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
And personality inventory, what is it that test is supposed to measure?
The MMPI is one of the most commonly used tests in forensic settings and overall. It's a measure of general psychopathology, so the presence of mental illness, and general personality characteristics.
Is that normed against the general population, or is that normed against those that have mental health issues and may be in a facility?
The normative population is an average typical group.
So, and you say that it's personality. What is it that, when you say personality, what is it that it's looking at?
Well, personality characteristics that we all have within us, and it's how we relate to people, it's how we relate to the world. It's carried within us at all times. It's who we are. It's what makes us up as people.
So with regard to personality, for example, if the prosecutor, let's just assume somebody's a jerk, for lack of a better term, is that personality? Is there such a thing as being a jerk?
And not using that verbiage.
Overruled.
Ma'am, we were talking about this issue involving, well, Mike, can you read that back? All right, I'll look at this.
I'll look for it.
We were talking about MMPI. Let's talk about the MMPI. One of the things that we were talking about was personality in terms of the MMPI, correct?
That's correct.
And in terms of a personality, and I started to say jerk. Do you remember that?
Yes.
With regard to personality, when does an individual, and you said that jerk isn't exactly what you mean, what is it exactly that you mean with regard to a personality?
I was just saying that that's not a terminology that I would use.
Okay, what would be the terminology that you would use?
A potential personality trait would be aggressiveness.
All right, so if you have let's say aggressiveness, would manipulation or being manipulated, is that a character trait?
Yes.
So let's say that, for example, when does this personality trait start for an individual? Does it start when they're 30? Does it start when they're 15? When do these personality traits start?
Personality is developed throughout life. It's thought to develop relatively early as a child, and it's referred to as temperament, then develops into personality. So we could see it at a very, very young age.
When you say very, very young age, what do the studies show is a very, very young age?
Starting from toddler years, that's the beginnings of it, and continues to develop throughout childhood, adolescence, and becomes much more firm in adulthood.
How is that different from, let's say, somebody who is in a situation that is not such a good situation, and they're depressed because of that situation? Is that the same thing as a characteristic?
No, that would be much more situational, and I would determine the difference between that by looking at patterns of behavior.
So are you familiar with the terms axis 1 and axis 2?
Yes.
What is axis 1?
There's a diagnostic system that's used in the Diagnostical and Statistical Manual, so essentially what we use to make diagnoses. Axis 1 disorders are thought to be much more transient disorders. They're called clinical disorders. That's not necessarily the case for everything that falls under Axis 1, but it differentiates from Axis 2 in that Axis 2 captures what are called personality disorders, in addition to other spectrums that tend to be more long-lasting, like mental retardation.
So, for example, if somebody is in jail and they manifest a certain profile, is that an axis 1 profile or an axis 2 profile?
What profile are you referring to?
Well, let's talk about somebody who, let's say, is depressed and they're in jail. Is that a characteristic, or is that just a mood that may pass?
We're talking about personality. If there's no indication that there was any kind of depression in the past, then I would label it as non-personality.
And so the MMPI that we were talking about, it measures the personality, correct?
Right.
And how is that important in making an assessment in a forensic setting?
Because it gives me the opportunity to look at personality features that may be present in the individual in terms of in a maladaptive way.
When you say in a maladaptive way, what does that mean?
So, as a psychologist, when I diagnose someone with a personality disorder, what it means is that the personality trait has essentially become maladaptive. It's not helpful to them. It causes either distress with them or the people around them, or cause some sort of impairment in their life as a result of it.
And how many questions are involved in this MMPI?
There's a lot. There's 567.
And this administration of the test explain to us how it is that you administer this test and whether or not there is a bubble sheet that's associated with this.
There's a answer sheet, and then there's the actual test itself with the test items. I gave it the answer sheet and both of the items to Miss Arias and asked her to complete it, and asked her to read the directions that are on there that indicate that she's to answer these true or false questions as they typically relate to who she is. Are they mostly true or mostly false of her?
Would you ever have a situation where you just, for example, read the test to her and then marked on a legal pad what the responses were, rather than using the bubble sheet?
No.
Have you ever done that?
No.
Do you know anybody that has ever done that?
No.
And so you did receive, once you get done with that, how is this scored? Do you do it manually, or how is that done?
Now, I put it through a computer system so as to ensure that there's no errors. It actually makes me score it twice to make sure that there was no error while I was entering it.
So once you get these scores, is it just one big score, let's say 100, 50, 75, like we saw with the MCMI, or is it something else? What do you get?
It's somewhat similar to the MCMI in that there's a number of different what are called scales that are identified on there.
Let me stop you there. When you say scales, are you talking about sections, for lack of a better term? Is it a section that you look at, or is it something else?
That's one way to look at it. It groups essentially the answers into meaningful categories. That's a better way. Categories such as depression or tendency to somaticize, meaning that experience psychological distress through somatic physical symptoms.
Are there what are called validity scales as part of this MMPI?
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why it's used so often in forensic settings. What a validity scale does is it tells us what the test taker's approach is, meaning that it tells us whether they're exaggerating their symptoms or whether they're downplaying their symptoms, whether they're defensive. It can even tell us whether they were confused on the test and tended to answer it in an inconsistent manner. So this allows us to either rely on the test results or not rely on it.
And in terms of these scales or sections, how many validity scales or sections are there?
There's roughly 9.
And with regard to the defendant, those 9 validity scales, what did they indicate?
It indicated that I was able to use the results of the test.
And what about the other scales? What is it that you're looking at with regard to the other scales or the other columns or whatever's involved?
Well, there's a number of different scales. There's a group of scales that are called the clinical scales, which are the primary areas that I looked at. I looked at the whole test, but those are the most important.
How many scales are there that you designated or that are designated as clinical scales?
There's 10.
So, and that's the ones that you focused on, right?
I looked at all of them, but that's the one I'm discussing now, yes.
And why is that one important to you, these clinical scales, these 10 scales?
There's this term called face validity, meaning that when you look at items on a test, if it has high face validity, you're able to read it and know what you're being asked in terms of what it would relate to. So for example, I cry all the time would clearly be related to depression. It has high face validity. So with this test, it tends to have lower face validity, and the validity indicators capture the test taker's approach for those clinical scales. So it tells me again whether they are being honest or not on this test.
And these clinical scales with regard to the defendant, what did they tell you, these 10 clinical scales?
The results of her MMPI were interesting in that, again, there's 10 clinical scales. What I typically see when I administer this test is that there is 1, 2, maybe even 3 what we call elevations, meaning that their score went above 65. Again, as I mentioned earlier, that's the threshold in which we as psychologists know that it's kind of like a tap on the shoulder that tells us this means it's clinically relevant, that there's something going on in this domain.
So the cutoff or the threshold for these scales, these 10 scales that we're talking about, is the number 65, right?
That is correct.
And if it's above 65, it's something that is worth looking at again because it may indicate something. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so go ahead. What else did you see?
So what I found is, again, there's 10 scales. What I found is that 7 of the 10 scales were above that threshold. The majority of them were above that threshold.
So 7 of the 10 were above, of the clinical scales were above the threshold, right?
That's correct.
So what does that mean to you now that you've read some of the materials, you've then had the clinical interview, you've administered these other tests, and now you're doing the MMPI, and you have this elevation on 7 of the 10 scales or areas. What did that tell you?
Because there were 7 scales that were elevated, what that means is there was a lot of data for me to look at. There was a lot of personality indicators, signs of psychopathology that were then present. So the way that that is typically handled when there are that many elevations is that I then examined the top 2 and 3 scales that were the highest. And I was able to interpret those scales into meaningful personality characteristics.
So the top 2 or 3 scales that you interpreted, what did they relate to?
The top 3 scales indicate that people with this personality profile tend to experience a lot of aggressiveness, hostility, defensiveness. But interestingly, these individuals do a relatively good job on a day-to-day basis of not displaying it to people. So this isn't someone who's walking around consistently hostile, throwing things where it's visible to other people, but they're still experiencing those emotions inside. In times when they feel like they've been wronged in some sort of way, or when someone has done something to hurt them that they perceive as hurting them in any kind of way, the way that it's described in the literature is they have these violent outbursts that are described as seething, as very angry. And what they tend to do, what this profile suggests, is that these individuals tend to externalize blame. So for example, I acted out this way because that person deserved it. So they externalize it. They say, it's not my fault. I didn't act this way because I have these strong emotions inside. I act this way because someone did something to me. That's how they're able to conceptualize it and justify it in their mind.
And so in this case, the defendant's scores or on the scales indicated that, if I understood it, that she internalized the anger. Would that be fair or not?
Objection, speculation. This was a Brandt general scale, not specific to Ms. Arias.
All right, we're going to take the noon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the jury room at 1:25. We will start promptly at 1:30. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Back to the jury.
The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
And ma'am, we left talking about the 3 scales of the MMPI on the clinical portion that you reviewed, correct?
Correct, the top 2 and 3.
And then you gave us, before lunch, you gave us your impression, not your impression, but your opinion about what those meant, right? Before we
Yes.
left. Are you familiar with the term floating profiles?
Yes.
And as it applies, does that have anything to do with the MMPI?
Yes.
What is that?
A floating profile is when you see that there are a number of elevations, such as I described earlier on the MMPI. When the vast majority of the clinical scales are elevated, again, that threshold is 65. When it's elevated above 65, it's called a floating profile.
And why is that significant in this case as it applies to the defendant?
A floating profile is commonly seen in individuals who have borderline personality disorder.
Right. You also indicated that you administered the WACE test. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why did you administer the WACE?
When I first started reviewing the records, there was indication in those records that there was a sense of immaturity that was present. For example, in Ms. Arias's booking profile, the way that she took the picture, she kind of smiled as though it was a high school photo rather than a booking picture that you would typically see. This to me was strange. I found it to be strange and immature. There was also the things that happened surrounding that suggested that there was, again, some immaturity there, such as her parents had indicated that she was described as being happy as hell when they came to visit her in jail. There was behaviors like this that were aberrant, that were strange, and it made me wonder whether there was some sort of intellectual deficit there that could be contributing to this, which is why I gave the intelligence test.
And you were able to determine and find what you found, what you've already told us, correct?
Correct.
As a result of that, in the testing that you did you reach a diagnosis or did you have an opinion at that point, or did you do more testing?
I conducted the 4 tests that we've already discussed.
And after that, did you have an opinion as to what the diagnosis was in this case?
After looking at that, taking in consideration her behavioral observations and all of the different pieces of information that I had, yes, I did.
And what was that?
I diagnosed her on Axis 2 as borderline personality disorder.
What does that mean?
Generally, borderline personality disorder, you can think of it similar to what we see in teenagers often. This sense of immaturity and what's called emotional lability, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But generally, it's about instability. There's unstable interpersonal relationships, unstable emotions, and an unstable sense of identity, meaning who am I as a person? There's this constant fluctuation. There's a lot of manipulation that's involved with people who have borderline personality disorder, and a large sense of immaturity. You can, again, think about a teenager.
One of the items that's been talked about is the DSM-4 and TR. Do you know what the DSM is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a diagnostic and statistical manual, which is information that we use to conclude on diagnoses. It gives us specific symptoms that are present to suggest the presence of a psychological disorder.
Are you familiar why there is the TR version and what that means?
The TR version is the updated version of the DSM-4.
Is it the same thing as the DSM-4 or is it something different?
It's not completely different. They are similar in terms of criteria for various disorders. The vast majority of the criteria stay the same. What's different is the subsections of every disorder. For example, a subsection in there might be, how do you differentiate X disorder from Y disorder? What are the features that we look for that tell us that it's one versus the other? So that's an example of one of the sections that was updated, such as adding additional diagnoses that say, these two disorders might be confused with one another. Here's something that you consider to differentiate.
One of the things that we've looked at with regard to post-traumatic stress disorder is that there was a number of sections and a number of characteristics under each of the sections. Is the same true for borderline personality disorder under the DSM-4?
It's not laid out exactly like PTSD in that there's just a list of symptoms rather than categories like it is with PTSD.
And but it does have some characteristics.
That's correct, symptoms.
Let me go ahead and have something marked. Are you familiar with Exhibit 622? Look at it.
Yes, this is a copy of the DSM.
And this is a copy of the DSM-4 involving what?
This is the DSM-4 TR involving the diagnosis of borderline personality disorder.
If I may have that back. Does it also include the diagnostic criteria?
Yes.
And do you know those off the top of your head, or will this refresh your recollection as to what the diagnostic criteria is?
I know them off the top of my head, but I think it would be helpful to have it.
Right? Go ahead and take a look at 622. And let me ask you about it. Once you reviewed it, what is the first criteria that DSM-4 lists for a finding or a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
It's called frantic efforts to avoid...
Without reading it. If you need to read it,
sure.
read it now.
I don't need to read it.
Okay. What's the first one in that?
Efforts to avoid
Judge, may we
real...
have the overhead?
Efforts to avoid
Hold
real or
on.
imagined abandonment.
What is it again?
Efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment.
So that's the first one, efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment, correct?
Correct.
And in this particular case, what did you find as it applied to that?
In the case of Miss Arias, I found that this was a symptom that was characteristic of her.
Why is that? Explain to me how you found that.
First, let me explain fears of abandonment. As humans, we don't want to be alone. That's part of human nature. What we find in people who have borderline personality disorder is that they have a very strong desire to be attached and to be close to people. They have a terrified feeling of being abandoned by others. So what we see when I'm looking for when I'm looking for signs of the symptom, I'm looking again for a pattern that has happened over time. In terms of this, what we see in people with borderline personality disorder is that they engage in behaviors to try to keep people close to them. But ironically, these kinds of behaviors often push people away. So in the case of Miss Arias, this was demonstrated throughout her relationship, throughout life, and also with Mr. Alexander. For example, after they broke up, when they broke off their relationship, she then moved to Mesa to be closer to him. I also interviewed his brother, Steve, and he indicated to me that Mr. Alexander...
Without telling us what he said, what characteristic did you find?
This fear of abandonment. This tendency to overstep boundaries, to be intrusive. Miss Arias herself notified me that she had checked his Facebook without his permission, read text messages without his permission, engaging in these kinds of behaviors of, don't leave me, let me see what you're doing, I want you to be near me. There was indication from friends that highlighted her tendency to engage in these intrusive behaviors by spying on him, by being intrusive with his space in general.
Okay, and so did she meet this characteristic or this
Yes.
criteria? What is you need to take a look at the exhibit, what's the second criteria?
Unstable and intense interpersonal relationships.
What are we talking about there?
People with borderline personality disorder have a very difficult time maintaining what we would consider healthy interpersonal relationships. What they do is they have this tendency to split people, meaning that they have a tendency to either idealize them on one hand or devalue them and despise them. And what I mean by that, idealize means that they put this person up on a pedestal and nothing that they do, no matter what, they view them as being perfect. Whereas devalue and despise, no matter what they do, they dislike them, they're upset with them. And what we see with individuals with borderline personality disorder is that they tend to shift between these two types of interacting with people.
So give us some examples, if there are any, involving the defendant.
I did find that Miss Arias met the symptom for borderline personality disorder. She had a very strong tendency to go from boyfriend to boyfriend, one after another, which is also another example of fear of abandonment that I just highlighted. What I found is in these relationships, there was a very strong tendency to idealize the men that she was with. For example, she had indicated to me that Mr. Alexander was not faithful to her during the relationship, but nonetheless, she still had this devout love for him. And you can see even within her journals, the way that she talks about her boyfriends and her partners in general, it has this very adolescent, immature, for lack of a better word, a saccharine kind of feel to it, a very strong, sweet, wanting to make them happy feel to it, doing anything possible, keeping them idealized despite what was going on in their relationship.
How about the next characteristic?
The next characteristic is identity disturbance.
What is that?
Again, I'd like to relate back to thinking of a teenager. When we're young, we all develop a sense of who we are as a person, and that can shift when we're younger. That can shift in many different ways. But what we find as we grow through adulthood, that becomes much more stable. We have a good sense of who we are as a person, what our beliefs are, how we engage with the world. It becomes relatively consistent. You have an idea of who you are. What we see in people with borderline personality disorder is that sense of identity is not there. It's not stable. It's changing. It tends to change depending on who's in their environment. And this is also a symptom that I found in Miss Arias. You can see this in her tendency to join the Mormon church really quickly. You can also see this in the records when her ex-boyfriend Daryl was talking about her pattern of behaviors. He had indicated that at one point he had indicated that there was a point in which she had changed the color of her hair, bought a certain car, and acted a certain way to be consistent with his ex-wife. Again, this tendency to shift who she is. She had indicated to me that when she was with one boyfriend, she behaved one way, whereas with other boyfriends, she behaved a very different way, lived a very different lifestyle.
Give me an example of that.
For example, with her boyfriend Matt, she had indicated that at one point they were living in a tent, versus when she was with Daryl, she attempted to be much more mature when she was around Daryl and professional when she was around Mr. Alexander. It's this constant shifting in who she is dependent on who's in her environment.
And how about the next characteristic?
Impulsivity.
What does that refer to?
The tendency to do things on a whim, to not be thoughtful about your actions and be impulsive. This is not a symptom characteristic that I found to be a stable characteristic in Miss Arias.
So in other words, this is not something that you found as part on her part then?
Right, I do not believe she meets this symptom.
All right, how about the next one?
Suicidal behavior.
Did you say pseudo?
Suicidal
Oh, suicidal.
behavior and ideation.
I think that's self-explanatory. Tell us whether or not the defendant had any suicidal behavior and whether or not she had any ideation about that.
It's self-explanatory in some ways, in other ways it's not. You can see suicidal behavior in a number of different psychological disorders. The way in which it fits into the pattern that we see with borderline personality disorder is that, again, you're looking for a consistent pattern throughout life. I fortunately had access to Miss Arias's diary, and throughout her diary, beginning in 1995, there was consistent notations about the desire to not be alive, to engage in suicidal behavior, thoughts about it.
And so did she meet this criteria?
Yes, because there was that pattern, she did meet that criteria.
What's the next criteria?
It's called affective instability.
What is it? Affective?
Affective instability.
And I did not hear the next words.
Instability.
Okay. What is this referring to?
The easiest way to think about this symptom is a roller coaster of emotions. Affective instability is when your emotions go up and down at a quick pace, unpredictably, up and down. And this is often referred to when people show the symptom, most people will refer to it as the person has bipolar disorder, which is not an accurate representation of what bipolar disorder actually is, but it's just a quick shifting of emotions.
And does she meet this?
Yes, there was consistent evidence in the records of her tendency to go up and down. Several of her boyfriends described her, in fact, all of them, of the information that I have had access to, they all described her as having very quick shifting emotions, going from happy to mad to sad very quickly. And interestingly, I saw that myself within her journal entries. Within the same day, I could see a person who was very happy to shifting to be very upset, very sad, and within one day, very quickly.
Anything else under this section? Not this section, but the one involving the characteristics. Anything else?
Well, one more thing related to affective instability, again, because I am looking for a pattern of symptoms over time. There was indication that her parents had described this as being a consistent behavior for her since she was relatively young.
All right, next.
Chronic feelings of emptiness.
I'm sorry?
Feelings of emptiness.
And how many of these characteristics are laid out in the DSM-4?
How many symptoms?
Symptoms.
There's 9 symptoms.
And of the 9, how many must be met before this diagnosis is viable?
5.
Okay. Feelings of emptiness. Tell me about that.
We find that people who have borderline personality disorder tend to have this prolonged sense of just feeling empty, just feeling like there's nothing there, despite the fact that there's all this emotional turmoil that does go on inside. They have this sense of just being empty. And I specifically asked Ms. Arias about that, who indicated that she's felt that way since adolescence, just this sense of emptiness.
Next. Symptoms.
Inappropriate, intense anger.
Okay. What is that?
It's a tendency to engage in angry and aggressive behaviors. Again, we're looking for patterns of behavior.
And did you find anything in her writings where she admitted that she had this inappropriate, intense anger?
Yes, she identified it in an email to Mr. Alexander.
I'm going to show you an exhibit. Take a look at Exhibit 623, see if you recognize it.
Yes,
And what's the date of that email?
it's February 14th, 2007.
And who is it from?
It's from Ms. Arias,
To whom?
Mr. Alexander.
And does it discuss her inappropriate, intense anger?
It does.
Vote for the admission of Exhibit 623.
may continue.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. You indicated there was 9, I think, symptoms that indicated or that may be explored when deciding whether or not something is borderline personality disorder.
That's correct.
And what's the 9th one?
Transient stress-related paranoid ideation.
Transient, stress-related.
Paranoid ideation.
What is that?
What that means is in times of extreme stress, we see high levels of paranoia.
And did you find this in this particular case?
No.
We could just wait for the. Well, do you agree or disagree with Dr. Samuels that the defendant may be diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder?
I disagree with that diagnosis.
Tell me why you disagree with that.
There wasn't symptoms that were consistent with that diagnosis.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
There were not symptoms that Ms. Arias displayed that would be consistent with that diagnosis.
All right, let's wait for that.
I'd also like to clarify another.
No, there's no question. Does it relate to what you have in front of you involving borderline personality disorder?
Yes.
Let me take a look at it. Which section are you referring to?
Referring to symptom number 2. I'd like to offer an example.
Pardon?
I'd like to offer an example so the court is more clear.
And let's take a look at exhibit number 6.3. And this issue involving inappropriate intense anger. What does it say? If you could read that out loud, please.
What part of it would you like me to read?
Pardon?
What part of it would you like me to read?
The second paragraph,
From the beginning.
beginning with however.
However, you already know the secret. I don't need to remind you, but you are so powerful and you can turn the situation around at any time. I found out, much to my regret, that my anger is very destructive.
Slow down a little bit. The court reporter's having a hard time.
Sorry.
You know, pretty.
I've never beaten up anybody over it, but I've kicked holes in the walls, kicked down doors, smashed windows, broken things. It hurts people, and it hurts me.
Keep going. The whole paragraph.
It lowers my vibration and attracts unwanted, lower vibrational situations and people into my life. So I strive every day to be the bigger person and be a living example and choose the right and see everything through a filter of love. But it doesn't always work that way. I mess up. Sometimes I forget who I am, but I will never stop striving to be Christ-like as much as I possibly can.
Is that part of the inappropriate, intense anger that you were talking about?
Yes, that's one example.
And this actually was written by the defendant, exhibit 623, on what date?
That was on February 14th, 2007,
At what time?
1658.
And 1658 is what time in 24 hours? Do you know what that
I
is?
would assume it's 4 o'clock.
Well, wouldn't it be 4:58?
4:58, I'm sorry.
If it's 4:58, are you familiar with the story involving the defendant and the fact that, did you and she discussed her receiving candy or some underwear or something from Mr. Alexander on February 14th of 2007?
Yes, that she received underwear.
And on that, it's the same day, right?
Yes.
If it's the same day and she's writing these things, if she's received these items and is now writing this, does that impact or does that affect or is it included in one of these symptoms that we've just talked about involving borderline personality disorder?
Can you clarify?
Well, specifically, she's just supposedly is a gift from what you know. Is it a gift, a good thing or a bad thing?
A positive thing?
And then we're talking about what here? Positive or negative things?
Negative.
And so is that something that you see with regard to perhaps unstable and intense interpersonal relationships, or is that not any part of this borderline personality disorder issue?
I would say that I can't make that relation without more information.
Okay. We were about to talk about whether or not you agreed with Dr. Samuels about whether or not this was post-traumatic stress disorder, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you disagreed, correct?
Correct.
In terms of this case, did you prepare a report?
I did.
And with regard to the preparation of the report, how is it that you go about preparing it? I understand that you have to prepare the content, but who, in your office, who does the typing?
I do.
And who does the reviewing of the report?
I do.
And so any errors that are there, whose errors are those?
They're mine.
And in this case, with regard to Dr. Samuels, are you familiar with, I'll show you exhibit number 544, with his conclusion and diagnosis that the defendant, according to him, falls clearly under criteria A1, A2, B3, C3, C6, and D3 for post-traumatic stress disorder. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
If an individual is making that assessment, does that fall short under either C or D for post-traumatic stress disorder.
Objection is characterized as Dr. Samuel's testimony.
Overruled. You may answer.
According to this, it does fall short.
And where does it fall short? Which section?
The number of criteria.
And the criteria are under A, B, C, or D?
It falls short in D, and I'd have to review C to ensure that it falls short.
You indicated that you've reviewed this case and that you disagree that this is post-traumatic stress disorder. I want to talk about your disagreement with Dr. Samuels as to why you believe that this is not a case of post-traumatic stress disorder. So how does that work in terms of the DSM and how you go about making that determination? Can you tell me how that works generally?
Sure. There are four categories of symptoms that we look for that suggest the presence of PTSD.
And these four categories, do you know off the top of your head, for example, what the first category deals with?
It's just the presence of whether the person experienced a traumatic event, that they experienced a strong sense of fear, helplessness, horror as a result of it.
How about the second, if you will, general category? What does that talk about?
The second category pertains to the tendency to re-experience symptoms.
Okay, and the third one, which would be the C, what does that one refer to?
That's referred to as avoidance.
And what does that mean?
The tendency to avoid stimuli, thoughts, anything related to the trauma.
And number 4?
The last one is termed increased arousal. There's a number of symptoms that fall under that.
And what does it mean to have increased arousal as it applies to this particular section of the DSM-4 and PTSD?
It's a change of arousal. For example, a newly developed tendency to become angry, or the tendency to be hypervigilant, which means to be hypersensitive to your environment, looking around, making sure that you're safe, having an exaggerated startle response. If someone walks in the room, your body might jolt in a way that it typically doesn't. Those are some examples.
Under A, if you could tell us again, because you went a little bit quickly on it, what it refers to and whether or not you agree or disagree with Dr. Samuels as to whether or not the defendant meets that criteria.
A is the presence of a traumatic event that,
Go ahead.
that causes a strong sense of horror, fear.
So do you agree or disagree with Dr. Samuels as to that, whether or not the defendant meets it?
Dr. Samuels indicated that she experienced PTSD as a result of the killing.
And so do you agree or disagree with his assessment there?
The way that she describes it, she felt fear for her life. So she would meet criteria for A. Yes.
Well, what about the fact that perhaps there was these 2 intruders that came in? If these 2 intruders came in and there's this event, is that the basis for this meeting this criteria?
If that's what he based his diagnosis on, then that would be inaccurate.
And would you then agree that's, and if you can't meet the first criteria, in other words, if you are basing it, let's assume that it's an event that may or may not have occurred. If it's an event that didn't occur, would that automatically do away with post-traumatic stress disorder?
Objection is characterized as Dr. Samuel's testimony.
Overruled. The jury is directed to recall the testimony presented during the trial.
Would that do that?
Yes, because as I highlighted earlier, the symptoms are strongly related to the actual trauma, which is that criteria A that you're referring to.
So if there is no trauma, let's assume in this case, if there are no 2 intruders that came in, hence no trauma, would that then speak against the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder?
Correct.
Objection is characterized as testimony.
Overruled.
What was your answer?
Correct.
So does there have to be an actual event that triggers this, or can this post-traumatic stress disorder be based on a made-up event?
It cannot be based on a made-up event.
One of the things that you also indicated was that Dr. Karp also found that there was post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
That's correct.
And with regard to her post-traumatic stress disorder, what were the triggering events?
She indicated that Ms. Arias developed PTSD as a result of the physical abuse that she allegedly endured from Mr. Alexander.
And let's assume that there was no physical abuse. Would that then, in terms of finding post-traumatic stress disorder, would that indicate that yes, the diagnosis was appropriate or not if those events did not occur?
Similar to before, if the event is not true, then the subsequent criteria wouldn't apply.
But if the event involved, you said that if the event involved killing, and if that's what Dr. Samuels based it on, even though we have this PDS issue, then you would agree with him that it could be an event that triggers this reaction.
I would agree that it would meet the criteria for A.
What about B? What is that again? What are we talking about with regard to B? What is the overall subject of that?
B is re-experiencing, the tendency to think about and relive the experience, the traumatic event.
So what we're talking about with regard to this one is we're talking about re-experiencing, correct?
Yes.
And on this one, I'll give you exhibit number 545. Please take a look at it. Let me know how many symptoms there are there and how many must be met.
There are 5 symptoms that are listed here.
And how many must be met?
1 or more.
So it's 1 of 5, correct?
Yes.
All right. If I may have it back once you looked at it. What is the first symptom that we're talking about with regard to this re-experiencing? And that would be B, correct? That would
Yes,
be the
symptom B,
section.
yes.
What is the first symptom?
I would have to reference back.
All
I know
right.
the category as a whole that I could speak about.
Why don't you just keep this up here?
Okay.
Let me know when you are referring to it. What is the first one?
Recurrent and intrusive distressing recollections.
What was the first word again?
Recurrent
Uh-huh.
and intrusive distressing recollections.
And recurrent and
Distress.
intrusive?
Recurrent and intrusive distressing recollections.
Tell me about that. What does that refer to?
What we see as this symptom is that thoughts about the trauma keep invading their mind, essentially.
Right.
It creeps in constantly, where it causes intense distress inside of them. It bothers them. They're thinking about it a lot.
And does the defendant meet this criteria?
There's indication that she thought about it, but not to the level that we see in people with PTSD.
What do you mean? It sounds like you're saying, yes, she thought about it, but no, she didn't. Why don't you explain to me what you mean?
So in any kind of negative event, it's not uncommon for people to think about it. That's very different from it developing into PTSD. For example, some of my own patients, they're so bothered by their thoughts of whatever traumatic event that they experienced that it causes difficulty for them to engage in day-to-day behaviors and activities.
And did the defendant manifest this to you at all during the clinical interview?
No.
How about in her journal, for example? Did any of those journals indicate that she had this recurrent and intrusive depressive recollection?
Distressing.
I'm sorry,
No.
distressing recollection. She did not?
No.
Okay, what is the next item?
Recurrent distressing dreams of the event.
Recurrent distressing dreams of the event, right?
Correct.
And seems self-explanatory, but tell me about it.
They're having nightmares and dreams about what happened.
And
Frequently, recurrent.
And did the defendant report any of this to you?
She indicated that she had some dreams about it, but Not recurrent.
And her journals, or any writings that you saw, do they indicate that she had these recurrent dreams of the event?
No.
Next.
Acting or feeling if the traumatic event,
I'm sorry, acting or feeling
if the traumatic event
if the traumatic event
were reoccurring.
Okay. What's going on here?
What this symptom is reliving it. You can see typically in people with PTSD, they may just be sitting there and all of a sudden start reenacting it. They're reliving the actual traumatic episode.
So in this case, if we're talking about the killing of Mr. Alexander as the triggering event, that's what we would expect to see, her carrying it out.
Yes.
And any indication anywhere that she has had any of this acting or feeling or carrying out this event?
No.
What is the next one?
Intense psychological distress. At exposure.
Pardon?
There's more.
Oh, okay.
At exposure to cues. Just giving you the shortened version.
All right. So what are you talking about, or what is it talking about there?
When there's cues of the trauma, so in this case, the killing, anything related to Travis, talking about him, symbols, signs that remind Miss Arias of him would cause that internal psychological distress, the feeling of uneasiness and strong emotions related to it.
When it says intense, is that a sort of quantification, if you will, of the distress, or is that something else? When you say intense, what does intense
Strong.
mean? And did you see any of that here?
No.
Did you discuss this issue of what may have been involved with her and Mr. Alexander with the defendant?
Yes.
And did you see any of this intense distress when you spoke with her about it?
No, and she was putting herself in situations to be exposed to that.
When you say she was putting herself in situations to be exposed to that, what are you talking about?
She was writing about him in her journal, attending memorial services.
Okay, so if she's attending the memorial services, what does that indicate to you in terms of this intense psychological distress?
That she's able to cope with it, that there's cues that she's walking towards, and that she's able to psychologically handle that.
And are you talking about the memorial in Mesa?
That's one example, yes.
Okay, next.
Physiological reactivity. To cues of the traumatic event.
Of traumatic event?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
What physiological reactivity is a visceral response, a beating of the heart, feeling a very strong physical response to exposure.
Any indication of anything that you've read that shows that on the part of the defendant, that she has this physiological reactivity to the traumatic event?
The only thing that I read that would be related to this is there was a note from her attorney that indicated that,
Well, other than that, do you have anything else?
no,
So does she meet these items here?
no.
Let's talk about section C. And what does section C refer to?
Avoidance.
And how many symptoms are there to choose from here?
7,
And how many of those must be met in order to meet this criteria?
3 or more.
Right? What's the first one?
Efforts to avoid thoughts, feelings, and conversations associated with the trauma.
All right, what do you know about that?
Similar to the stuff that I highlighted before, she was writing about it quite a bit
In her journals? Is that what you're saying?
in her journals.
And how about attending the,
Judge Foundation writing what?
Sustained.
when you're talking about, let's be more specific, you indicated that she was writing in her journals. What is she writing in her journals that indicates that she's not attempting to avoid thoughts, feelings, or conversations associated with the trauma?
She was writing a lot about Mr. Alexander
And
and
was she
talking
saying,
about him.
was she saying good or bad things?
She was saying good things.
And this was, again, after the trauma or after the killing.
Yes.
What else? What's the next?
Efforts to avoid activities, places, or people.
Or people, is that it?
Associated with the trauma. These are all associated with the trauma.
All right. Tell me about this and whether or not she meets this criteria.
She does not meet this criteria.
Tell me why, and specifically give me the examples as to why you think she does not meet this criteria.
She went to his memorial service. She wrote a letter to his family. She was surrounding herself.
How about sending 20 irises to his grandmother? Is that part of that too?
That would be another variable that I would.
What else?
consider.
Anything else other than what you just said?
Again, writing about him, talking to mutual friends.
All right. So does she meet that criteria? In other words, do you see her engaging in efforts to avoid the activities, places, or the people associated with the trauma?
She was not putting effort to avoid him.
Next.
Inability to recall an important aspect of the trauma.
Tell me about that.
When people are exposed to traumatic events, most people have an acute memory of what the traumatic event is. But there are times when there are traumatic events that they lose aspects of what happened.
And is this something that the defendant manifested?
She's reporting to have lost a significant amount of time associated with the killing.
So does she, just based on her statements alone, does she meet this criteria?
Purely based on her report of it alone.
So
The
with
answer
this
is
one,
yes.
would you say yes or no, that she meets that criteria?
Based on my knowledge of how memories typically form or surrounding traumatic events, I would not agree that she meets this criteria. Based on her report of it, yes.
So, but based on your schooling and experience, you do not believe that she meets this, right?
That's correct.
Tell me why.
Well, related to traumatic memories specifically, as I highlighted earlier, when people experience a traumatic event, it's not like our day-to-day events that we have. It's hard to remember what we ate for breakfast a week ago or what we wore. That's different with traumatic events. When they occur, they tend to stand out in our mind more, which is part of why we see the development of some disorders that we see. But there are times that people can become hypervigilant and focused on only aspects of the memory, which causes memory loss. The reason why I don't believe that to be the case with Miss Arias is because of the way that she is reporting the memory loss is not consistent with what you typically see.
First of all, tell us what she is reporting that you found important.
She indicated to me that she had a very large gap in her memory.
And when we, by large gap, how are we talking? Minutes? What are we talking about?
She told me that she had a several-hour gap.
So we're talking about a several-hour gap. Why is that significant to you?
That's not how it typically presents with traumatic memories.
Explain to me how it is that it works with a traumatic event and the memory issue.
They tend to lose aspects of the incident, small aspects of the incident. The only time that you see that there's those large aspects that are missing, potentially for several hours, is if there's a severe head injury. For example, I had a patient who had blood coming out of his ear one time as a result of a traumatic incident, or if there's any kind of substance abuse that's involved. But you don't see that long of duration. And there's other inconsistencies with her report.
All right, so the inability to report, one of them is that it's too long of a gap, that the time is too long, right?
That's one problem.
What's the other problem, or the other problems as you see it?
What we see with traumatic memories is the more that people talk about them, we see that they tend to gain memory about it. And that's a big part of what we do in treatment. They tend to gain stuff that they thought that they had lost. What I found with Miss Arias is that is not the pattern that she displayed.
What is the pattern that she displayed as to whether or not she recalled items that she didn't previously recall?
If I go back to what she reported to me, she had indicated to me at the time of the killing that she went to go and grab the knife. And then her memory from there was almost completely absent, with the exception of the potential memory that she might have put the knife in the dishwasher. Aside from that, it was completely absent until the point that she hit the Hoover Dam.
Right.
In terms of what she reported to Dr. Samuels, who I had access to his report, he had indicated to her that
She indicated to him.
I apologize. She indicated to him that she disposed of the weapons and changed her clothing, is what it indicated in his report. The reason why this is important to me is because I saw Miss Arias after Dr. Samuels. If you remember the way I just described it, when we see true memory loss, the more that people talk about it, and Miss Arias has talked about it quite a bit in interviews and with different evaluators, you see an increase of memories. Even if it's just a little bit of an increase of memories, usually it's significant. And in this case, I met with her after Dr. Samuels, so it's showing the opposite pattern that you see in typical traumatic memory.
Anything else? Or is
Related to memory?
Yes, Or are those the reasons that, in your mind, indicate that she did not meet the inability to recall an important aspect of the trauma? First of all, the length, and then second of all, the issue involving her failure to remember as she went along.
I would say that there's another aspect.
And what is that?
What Miss Arias reported to me was that when she reached the Hoover Dam, she looked down at her hands and saw a little bit of blood. And I asked for clarification of that. Was there blood all over? Was there just a little bit of blood? She said there was a little blood on my hand. She said, I knew this meant that I killed him. And I asked her, how do you know that that meant you killed him if you have no memory? She said, I knew I did. So that to me that's impossible. It's illogical.
Why is that impossible?
It's illogical because if all of a sudden a person had blood on their hands and had no memory of the events that just happened, you wouldn't think I just killed someone. You might think I cut my finger, what happened, not I killed somebody.
Right, so that would be, she does not meet that one. What is the next item underneath avoidance?
Markedly diminished interest.
Okay, what does that refer to?
What that symptom is it's called what we call psychologist anhedonia. It's a loss of interest and pleasure in activities. What we see in individuals is that they stop engaging with the world. They stop doing the activities that they enjoyed. And with Miss Arias, she continued to engage with people. There was indication in her journal that she was spending time with friends. She had indicated to me that she had an interest in pursuing school. And there was no indication that there was this anhedonia that was present.
What about the fact that shortly, within a day of killing Mr. Alexander, she finds herself making out with somebody by the name of Brian Burns? Is that contraindicated to this markedly diminished interest or not?
That is a symptom of what I highlighted earlier, of borderline personality disorder.
So that does not have anything to do with this markedly diminished interest. What does that have to do, this involving Mr. Burns, what does that have to do, or how does that fit in with your diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
I highlighted earlier that people with this disorder tend to have the tendency to either idealize or devalue people. So what you see in this situation is Miss Arias just engaged in a killing and was able to then go and have a romantic encounter with an individual shortly after. What that suggests is there a flip occurred. Earlier I talked about how there's a flip between idealizing and devaluing. To be able to go and engage in the way that she did and not have any sort of external cues that it was problematic suggests that she was at that point of devaluing someone, despising.
And next, what is the next item?
Feeling of detachment or estrangement from others.
Or estrangement, did you say?
Correct.
Okay, what is that?
Similar to what I highlighted earlier, feeling like you can't be around people, you're not part of the crowd, staying away from people, you feel a sense of being separated, estranged from them.
And does she meet this or not?
No,
Why not?
because of the things that I highlighted earlier,
Tell me what they are.
related to her activities afterwards, related to her engaging in social activities with friends, with her going again to the memorial and meeting up with people that she was familiar with.
Right.
Her tendency, she was going to go camping at one point.
And so, again, she does not meet that, correct?
Correct.
Next,
Restricted range of affect.
restricted range of affect. Is that what you
Correct.
And what is that?
You can think of it as having a blunted level of affect, essentially shortening the amount of emotion that you can have. So someone may not be able to have feelings of love during that time, not be able to have any kind of drastic emotions or experiences. And this was, again, if we go back to her journal, she's talking in there about how much she loves Mr. Alexander after the killing. There was no indication that this was a symptom that represented her.
And last is what?
Sense of foreshortened future.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sense of foreshortened future.
Sense of foreshortened future.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
Individuals with PTSD often have a time seeing what their future is going to be like. They're so caught up in the emotional turmoil that they're experiencing as a result of the trauma that they tend to talk about themselves as nothing outside of that trauma. So contrary to that, they're not talking about dating, courting other men, what their career will look like. And these are things that I saw in Miss Arias.
Specifically, what are you talking about that you did see in the defendant?
Well, in her journal entries, she spoke about courting other men.
Anything else? How about her job? Did she have a job?
She did have a job.
So far, we've seen that B and C are not met. Does that mean at this point that this is not a diagnosis of PTSD that is appropriate?
That's correct.
But let's talk about D and tell us about.
Increased arousal is the general category. The first one is difficulty falling or staying asleep.
And how many of these are there?
There are 5.
And how many do you have to meet?
2.
Okay, difficulty falling or staying asleep. Did you talk to the defendant about that?
We did talk about sleep.
And what did she say?
She indicated when she first got to jail that she had difficulty sleeping, but it was because of the loud noises that were in the jail.
So doesn't that sort of seem to fall under this category if she's having difficulty falling asleep because of the noise in the jail or not?
No, we're looking, remember, at the etiology of it. Where did this come from? What is this a result of? And again, I'm going to try and link this back to the actual trauma. In this case, it does not meet criteria because it's not associated with the trauma.
So it's not associated with any trauma, is what you're saying.
Right. It's a change in environment.
Next.
Irritability or outburst of anger.
Okay. Does she meet this?
Consistent with what I highlighted before, that this is much more of a personality pattern that we see with her. Any symptom that would be suggestive of PTSD, we would expect that the symptom emerged only after they were exposed to the trauma, not as a pattern throughout their life. So no, she does not seem to meet the symptom.
And going against that is Exhibit 623, where she talks about these outbursts of anger, correct?
That's correct.
Next.
Difficulty concentrating.
I think we know what that means. Why don't you tell us what it means to you?
Ability to maintain and sustain attention. There was indication by Ms. Arias that concentration was an area that she has struggled with the tendency to be clumsy, was also highlighted in the records. Again, we're looking for symptoms that would occur after the traumatic event. This does not seem to be a new symptom for Ms. Arias.
All right. So she doesn't meet that either then.
That's correct.
And number 4 of the 5?
Hypervigilance.
What is that?
I explained earlier that hypervigilance is a tendency to be really hyper aware of your environment, to know what's going on around. And this is a protective measure. When you're exposed to a traumatic event, your body gets heightened. So you look around, make sure you're safe. And I was fortunate enough to have videos of Ms. Arias shortly after the killing in the video that she participated in related to 48 hours and her police videos, where I would be able to observe that symptom if it was present.
And was it present in those videos that you observed?
It was not present.
And finally, number 5 under this category is what?
Exaggerated startle response.
Exaggerated, what was it again?
Startle.
Oh, startle response. What are we talking about there?
The tendency to get startled very easily, and also, like it says, exaggerated. So instead of just maybe a quick little jerk that someone may have if they hear a noise, we would see an exaggerated kind of jerk. So it's a startle response.
And did you see this with regard to the defendant?
No, and again, I was lucky enough to have the records that I did, in that it showed me her behavior shortly after. And there were times in the video where doors were slamming and there were noise that I would expect to see that kind of symptom.
And did you see that?
No.
So based on this assessment, do you agree or disagree with Dr. Samuels as to the post-traumatic stress disorder?
She does not have post-traumatic stress disorder.
How about with regard to Dr. Carter? Do you agree with her assessment that this was PTSD due to this pattern, if you will, of abuse?
No.
Are you familiar with the term or with the term adjustment disorder?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
Adjustment disorder is it's a psychological disorder that refers to a change in behavior as a result of something that happens in someone's environment, essentially. It's in the case of Ms. Arias, I did diagnose her with
Objection. Fiasco. Sustains.
So this is something that you looked at in addition to this borderline personality disorder.
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not Dr. Samuels addressed this issue in his report?
He did not give her this diagnosis.
And he didn't indicate either way with regard to that, correct?
Correct.
Ma'am, are you familiar with the issue involving the defendant's, or are you familiar with memory issues as they apply in this particular case?
Yes.
Tell me about the memory issues that are involved in this case, that as you know them.
As I highlighted earlier, she indicated that she has a very large memory gap of the night of the killing.
Well, are you familiar with the fight or flight issue as it applies to memory.
Yes,
Tell me about, first of all, what fight or flight is, and then we'll talk about the memory issue.
sure. Fight or flight is a response. It's a fear response that occurs in a situation where there's some sort of stimulus that is causing fear. In that situation, our body essentially prepares to protect itself. So the way that it prepares to protect itself is that our blood flows to those places that are going to help us protect ourselves, like our muscle groups, to be able to run fast enough. Our body sweats so that from an evolutionary perspective, if the tiger bites onto us, it'll slide off easier. Our body essentially prepares to protect ourselves.
And how is memory affected during these fight or flight situations?
It becomes secondary because our body is trying to protect ourselves.
And so what happens in terms of whether or not a person can remember or not remember what's going on?
So during these times, there are times that people have memory gaps, and during these times, we see that behaviorally they act very different. In that, because there's parts of their brain that are losing access to the typical blood flow that it would have, we see that different areas of the brain don't act in the same way that it does. For example, our frontal lobe is what helps dictate our ability to organize, our ability to plan, all these kind of higher order functions that we do as humans that, for example, we wouldn't expect a dog to be able to do: organize, planful behavior. When someone's in a fight or flight mode, we don't see those kinds of behaviors. They're completely just trying to run and protect themselves or fight. You don't see any of that other kind of higher, what we call higher order behaviors.
And did you see any higher order behaviors here that speak against the fight or flight memory loss issue?
Objection, Judge, may we approach?
Yes. Overruled.
With regard to this issue about fight or flight and this issue about the memory afterwards, in terms of the memory, and I'm just talking about the memory afterwards, were there elements that, of what happened after the killing, that indicate to you that this was not a felony, not a felony, but a fight or flight circumstance?
There was indication to me that this was not fight or flight.
Why is that? And be specific about it.
Related to
After the killing, correct.
related to the
Anything having
behavior
to do after the killing, not before the killing.
during the killing.
Judge, perhaps we can take a break now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the afternoon recess. Please be back in the designated area at 3:15. Please remember the admonition. You're excused. The defendant and all counsel, Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Ma'am, with regard to the issue of fight or flight, I want to talk about, as it applies to memory only, whether or not you saw any indications of this memory loss associated with fight or flight after the killing. And I'm just talking about after the killing and the memory issues, whether or not you believe that it was consistent with, or whether or not you believe that it was inconsistent with the memory loss that one sees in a felony, not a felony, but a fight or flight situation.
As I highlighted earlier, when someone is in the middle of a fight or flight mode, they lose ability to engage in higher order functions. They're also called, executive functions, organization, planning. After the incident, there was evidence of deleting of photos, for example. That's an example of organization and planning. There was also indication that there was cleanup that occurred. That's organization and planning. Keeping in mind that when someone's...
We approach.
May.
In terms of memory issues, as they involve fight or flight after the murder, and in terms of the organizational aspects only of this fight or flight, if an individual were in this, if the defendant was in this, let's speak generally, if an individual were in a fight or flight situation, how would it affect their memory after being in such an event?
You can see some memory impairment if a person was in fight or flight.
And explain to me, characterize it for me, what the memory impairment would be. How would it look?
It would be at a shorter duration. It wouldn't be as long as Ms. Arias is reporting.
I'm talking generally right now. I'm not talking specifically. Generally speaking, it would be a shorter duration. What else in terms of the new activities that an individual may engage in if they're in this fight or flight situation and they may experience memory loss? What is characteristic of that?
During the time,
Foundation.
Right. The characteristics, ma'am, of memory loss in a fight or flight situation, you talked about short duration. Are there any other characteristics
specific to memory,
specific to memory only? How memory would be affected?
we would again expect that there would be an increase of memories over time.
And as to the events that are happening at the time, shortly after the event, for example, would the individual have the organizational wherewithal based on memory to conduct very complex activities
Objection, foundation made.
if they were suffering from this fight or flight memory loss?
No.
And specifically in this case, immediately or after the killing, did you see indications that the defendant engaged in this complex activity involving memory after the killing that indicates to you this is not a fight or flight memory issue?
Objection made.
Deleting photos would be an example.
You also, and why is that? Deleting photos, what are you talking about?
Because it's an organizational process. It involves higher order functions, as I highlighted earlier.
And so what you're saying is if a person has this issue involving the memory loss because of the fight or flight, then they wouldn't have the capacity, if you will, to do this sort of complex behavior. Is that what you're saying?
That is
Because
correct.
Of memory issues.
That is correct.
And you also mentioned something about driving to Hoover Dam. Again, in terms of the fight or flight and the memory issue, why is that important?
So what we see when an individual is in a fight or flight mode is they can do rote behavior that they've done before. It's possible to drive in a car if they've gone to that same location numerous times because it just becomes automatic. Again, not relying on some of the frontal lobe skills that I've just highlighted.
So in assessing the defendant's conduct after the killing and what you know, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was any memory issues or any memory loss associated with fight or flight?
I don't believe that she was in a fight or flight state or that there was memory loss as a result of that.
Are you familiar with the term dissociative amnesia?
I am.
What is that?
It's a loss of memory as a result of dissociation.
And that means you're using the same words that are in affects memory. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
Tell me what you know about that process.
The hippocampus is an important part of the brain that's associated with memory. What it does is it takes memories and it does what's called encoding. It takes memories from our short-term memory and it puts it into our long-term memory. It's kind of like a hallway, is one way to think about it.
And how does that impact this case, now that we know that?
What happens, one of the theories about why we see memory loss in some of the examples that I gave earlier, individuals who are exposed to child abuse repeatedly, one of the theories is that when an individual experiences trauma, they have an increase of cortisol. What cortisol does is it impacts the hippocampus. It can impact it in a couple of ways. It can cause it to atrophy, which you can think about just shrinking. It could also cause disorganization of the neurons. So what we see as a result of that is the hippocampus isn't functioning like we typically would expect it to function, which again is the process of encoding it from short-term to long-term.
And did you see this in this particular case, the phenomenon that you just described, which would have resulted in memory loss?
No, because what happens with the hippocampus is if it's atrophied, it's damaged. You would expect to see continued memory impairment. It's not isolated to a very specific time period.
So what do you mean specifically in this case that it's not isolated to a specific time period?
Ms. Arias indicated to me that after the killing, there was about 4 to 5 hours worth of time where she had no memory. In my interview with her, her memory was impeccable aside from that incident. She's very detailed. She remembers dates. She remembers information. There was no indication that she had continued cognitive deficits.
Did you ever have occasion to work with individuals that have been involved in abusive relationships?
Yes.
When did you begin working with individuals that were involved in abusive relationships?
2003.
And would that be in Massachusetts?
That would be when I was in Michigan.
And what is it what kind of work did you do with people that were involved in these abusive relationships?
One of the primary lines of research at Michigan State University is a very large research lab that's dedicated to the evaluation of domestic violence victims. So in that research lab, there's a couple of psychologists that are in there, along with numerous graduate students who run this research lab that examine the impact of domestic violence.
And did you work in this lab with these other individuals?
I did.
And for how long?
I was at that lab for about a year and a half.
And what were your duties in that lab that it looks like it's specialized in domestic violence?
I met with women who were exposed to domestic violence and conducted interviews with them, gave them various self-report measures about their experience of domestic violence.
And this went on for how long again?
About a year and a half.
And you did this, and what was your purpose for doing this? What would you do? What is the end result? Did you write something down? Did you give an opinion? Or what is it that you were doing when you were talking to these women?
Collecting information for a research study to see what are the impacts of domestic violence on individuals.
Since then, have you had occasion to continue working in the area of domestic violence?
Yes.
Tell me what your experience is.
Yeah, unfortunately, the prevalence of domestic violence, it occurs pretty frequently. So,
Where have you worked with regard to domestic violence?
in all of my clinical settings that I've worked in.
In all your what?
All the clinical settings that I've worked in a therapeutic
Well,
manner.
let's start with the clinical settings. Go ahead and give me the next place that you worked that involved this domestic violence.
I started seeing patients in 2004, evaluating them and therapy at an outpatient clinic.
And when you say that you were evaluating, what is it that you did? I mean, it sounds like evaluating means just looking at it. What is it that you did?
Similar to what I highlighted earlier today about what a psychological evaluation is, conducting interviews, giving tests.
And how long were you there?
At that outpatient clinic from 2004 to 2008.
Can you give us a number, if you will, of the number of people that you saw that were involved in these domestic violence issues?
It's very hard to give a number. I would say it's hard for me to give a specific number. Several. It's not uncommon.
When you say you only saw 2 people, is that what you're saying?
No,
No, you said several.
several.
So you thought 3 people? Is that what you're saying?
No, much more than that.
Well, so was this something that you did on a day-to-day basis, or describe for me the inflow and outflow of people there? I don't want numbers because you said that you don't know the exact numbers.
Sure. So I was seeing patients weekly, and I would say a large percentage of them had some sort of domestically violent background, either with them as the perpetrator or as the victim.
And when you say as a perpetrator, what are you talking about? Are these individuals that actually are accused, or how is it that they would come to your attention?
They could have come specifically for that, or they could have come for a variety of other mental health issues, such as difficulty getting along with coworkers, or potentially even depression, or whatever the presenting problem was.
And were these people that were in or out of the court system, or both?
I've done both, and at a different location other than the one we're talking about.
And after this location, where did you continue your work?
I also did work at an outpatient facility where individuals were mandated to go after engaging in a domestic battering incident.
So when you say these individuals are involved, are you talking about the people that perpetuated this, or are you talking about the people who received it, the domestic violence?
In this situation, I was talking about the perpetrator.
And how long did you work there?
I was there for a short amount of time, a few months, I believe.
Objection for foundation as to where this was.
Sustained.
Where?
Can I reference my CV?
Sure. Go ahead and give it to me, and I'll mark it.
Okay.
This is Exhibit 624. Take a look at it. Once you find it, let me know. We can continue.
Got it.
All right. What is without looking at it, what is the name of the place?
Prevention and training services.
What was it again? I didn't hear you.
Prevention and training services.
And where was this? What town?
This was in Michigan.
After that, did you continue working in the area of domestic violence?
Yes, and before that too, there was another place.
What was the name of the place?
I worked at a prison.
And what did you do at the prison as it applied to this issue involving domestic violence?
I conducted group therapy.
And you conducted group therapy with whom? Why don't you explain to us what it was that you did?
I did a variety of therapy there. I conducted group therapy for individuals who had engaged in a sexual crime. I also ran a group of individuals who had engaged in assaults, and that's the area specific to domestic violence where there were several individuals in there who had perpetrated violence.
After that, after those experiences in Michigan, did you continue working in this area involving domestic violence?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, as I highlighted earlier with the outpatient clinic that I was working in up until 2008, several of the patients that I worked with had a history of being exposed to domestic violence.
And what was the name of the place that you worked for?
I worked at the Michigan State Clinic.
After that, did you continue working in the area of domestic violence?
Yes, when I moved here to Phoenix, I again was working at Arizona State Hospital.
And how does that, I know that you worked there, but tell us about your experience with domestic violence there at the state hospital.
I continued to evaluate and provide therapeutic services for individuals there. Again, many of them were exposed to domestic violence throughout their childhood or were the perpetrators of domestic violence.
And did you continue, as part of your work experience, to work with individuals involved in domestic violence?
Yes.
And where was the place that you continued to do so after the Arizona State Hospital experience?
When I worked at Bayless Behavioral Health Solutions, that was where I was the clinical director, there was a large population base that we worked with there. A lot of them were unfortunately exposed to domestic violence. We worked with a lot of children who had that exposure, in addition to women, grown women and men.
And in your practice now, do you still continue to work with people that have been involved in issues of domestic violence?
Yes, in my private practice, I do.
And what's the frequency of those individuals?
See it relatively frequently. On any given week, I'm conducting anywhere between 8 to 16 evaluations, and I'll see it at a minimum in half of those. Were there any courses? Well, what is battered woman syndrome? Battered woman syndrome is a term that was coined by Lenore Walker. It describes the symptoms and the presentations that are often seen in individuals who've been exposed to domestic violence.
Is there a diagnostic indication in DSM-4 as to diagnosing somebody with battered woman syndrome or not?
No, not in the DSM.
So what you're telling us is that this individual named Lenore Walker, did she sort of become the seminal figure in this area? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
And what is that she described in terms of the battered woman syndrome? How is it that it became something that you are citing today?
Objection, Judge. Foundation is this witness's knowledge based on Ms. Walker's research only?
Sustained.
Did you read what Ms. Walker has written?
Yes.
And what has she written about this battered woman syndrome and as it applies to your experience in this case?
The research in this area has really developed over time. It's really been a controversial diagnosis. I'm using that loosely because, again, it's not found in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's developed over time in the sense that there's been a lot of researchers, not just Lenore Walker. There's a lot of researchers that have focused on battered women syndrome. And fortunate for people like me, who's a clinician, they put together some diagnostic criteria that helps us indicate whether someone does have battered women syndrome or not.
And having this experience, having this schooling that you have, were you able to form an opinion whether or not there was abuse in the relationship between the defendant and Travis Alexander?
I was able to form an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion is that there did not appear to be significant abuse in the relationship.
When you say it doesn't appear and significant, those are terms that are a little bit tepid. When you say it does not appear, what are you saying?
Sure. Ms. Arias indicated to me that there were 4 distinct episodes of physical domestic violence. This reporting of domestic violence has changed over time frequently. I can't go back and...
Ms. Arias' testimony and previous testimony of other witnesses in the case.
Overruled. You will have an opportunity to cross-examine. May
Okay.
continue.
Go ahead.
There's inconsistency in the reporting in that she, at the beginning, indicated that there was 2 physically domestic violent episodes. With a few evaluators, including myself, she indicated that there was 4. With one evaluator in particular, she indicated that there was numerous episodes of domestic violence. It gives the appearance, the inconsistency gives the appearance that she wasn't being truthful.
And with regard to this particular circumstance, do you place any weight whatsoever on the fact that, did you see any medical reports associated with this alleged abuse?
No.
Did you see any police reports associated with this alleged abuse?
No.
Did you see anything in writing from anybody, anecdotally, that indicated that she'd ever told anybody about this abuse here in Arizona? Anybody?
Did I see it in writing?
Yes.
No.
In light of that, is that part of what formed your opinion here, that you do not believe that there was any abuse going on in this particular relationship?
That contributed to my opinion.
And what about this battered woman syndrome? Is that something that you looked at to see whether or not the defendant met that definition of battered woman syndrome?
Yes.
And how does that differ from being in an abusive relationship, or is it the same thing?
No, not everybody who is in an abusive relationship develops battered women syndrome.
And so what is battered women syndrome then?
As I highlighted earlier, the research has developed this criteria, albeit it's not criteria that's in the DSM, but it's still criteria. It gives us something to look at to see if she is consistent with that. There's 6 different criteria that is highlighted in the literature.
And
Objection, foundation, which literature?
Sustaining.
what are you talking about when you say that there's in the literature? Whose literature are you talking about?
Lenore Walker's.
And with regard to that, why is it that based on what Lenore Walker laid out, you do not believe that the defendant meets the criteria for battered woman syndrome? Tell me why.
The first 3 criteria of battered women's syndrome, we've already talked about in here. It's actually the same criteria that's seen in post-traumatic stress disorder. I highlighted earlier the tendency to re-experience, the tendency to avoid, and the tendency to have an increased arousal. Those are 3 of the 6 criteria.
And did she have those?
No.
What about the other 3?
The 4th one is having impaired social relationships as a result of the batterer's tendency to have power and control. What this looks like is that the victim is restricted from having any kind of relationships with other people, from engaging in social activities. Money is held from them. Their interpersonal relationships are really impaired because the batterer is controlling their movements.
And does this continue, for example, after, for example, the person is deceased or not, this impairment or not?
No.
Did you see any evidence of this impairment as it applies to the defendant?
No.
Specifically, you talked about any of the money situation. Do you know whether or not Mr. Alexander controlled the money in the relationship with the defendant?
He did not control their money.
How about her relationship with other people? Did he, for example, stop her from speaking with whoever she wanted to? Is there any indication of that?
No, and I specifically asked her that.
And what did she say?
She said no.
What about the last factor? You've talked about factors 4, 5, now number 6.
Right, so we see that there is a sense of medical problems. What you see in women who have battered women's syndrome is that they tend to, 1, feel very poorly about their body, and 2, they tend to have a lot of medical complaints.
And with regard to the defendant, did she have a lot of medical complaints?
I specifically went over her medical history with her, and no.
How about feeling poorly about her body? Does she feel poorly about her body?
No, what you typically see with these women is that they have a global dislike for their body in general. It's not just, I don't like this aspect of my body, I don't like this, small things. It's everything. They tend to not like themselves.
So is the defendant, after this evaluation, in your opinion, a person who was a woman in a being battered in a relationship?
Can you ask that again?
Battered women syndromes. Is she somebody who exhibited indications that she was involved in this kind of syndrome?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. DeMarte. Do you still have your CV up there?
Yes, I do.
Is that a yes? Okay. Great. Let's talk about that for a little bit. You received your PhD in August of 2009, is that right?
Yes,
And so that's your doctorate.
that is correct.
When you get your PhD, you're not allowed to practice as a doctor yet, right?
I'm allowed to practice
As a doctor.
as a doctor.
So you can call yourself a doctor.
Yes.
And so the state board licensing agency would not care about that.
Being called a doctor? Correct.
No, practicing as a doctor, as a psychologist.
Psychologist and doctor are different.
So which one are you?
I'm a psychologist now.
Okay. Aren't you also a doctor?
Correct.
Okay. But not a physician.
Correct.
All right. So let me get this straight then. When you graduate with your doctorate degree, okay, so that's in August of 2009, you are allowed to practice as a psychologist,
Under a psychologist.
under a psychologist. I thought you said as a psychologist.
I'm allowed to practice under a psychologist's license. You aren't able to call yourself a psychologist until you complete the licensing exam.
Okay, that was my question. So in August of 2009, you were not a psychologist yet.
Correct.
Okay, because you just had your doctorate.
But I had my doctorate.
Right. But so you weren't allowed to practice as a psychologist.
Objection, that's the answer.
Overruled.
Is that right?
As a psychologist.
Okay. But you were allowed to do things and see patients as long as you were being supervised by another psychologist.
That is correct.
Okay, and you would be supervised by the other psychologist, somebody who's actually licensed.
Yes.
All right, and typically it takes about a year to get your license, right?
No.
Well, typically you have to do 1,500 hours of work, don't you?
Not postdoctorally in Arizona, no.
Okay, but you did, right?
I chose to do that.
So that was just your choice to do.
Yes.
Rather than get your license when you could have, you just waited for a year.
I didn't just wait.
Well, you didn't get it in 2009 though, right?
I did that on purpose.
That's what I'm asking. You did
Yes.
it on, okay, so.
Overruled.
So in 2009, when you had your doctorate, you chose to wait to get your license for a year, right?
To continue in clinical practice under the license of someone else.
Right. So you chose to wait for a year to get your license.
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about that. So did you not go through the whole 1,500 hours? That's not something Arizona requires you to do?
You can get that pre-doctorally before you finish, and I met the criteria. I could have received my license then. They've changed the law in Arizona.
Okay. When did they change the law?
I believe it was right before, I don't know the exact time. I don't want to mischaracterize.
All right. So you're saying that you had the 1,500 hours before your doctorate degree?
I had enough to become licensed, yes.
Okay. All right. So then, but nevertheless, you waited for that year and you worked at several different places, right?
Yes.
And when you're working for those places, you're called a fellow, aren't you?
I'm called Dr. DeMarte.
Okay. Well, let's just look at your CV for a second. Can you pull that out for me?
Yes, I have it right here.
All right. On the second page and on the first page, you call yourself clinical psychology fellow, don't you?
Yes.
When you're working for these places.
Correct.
Okay. What does that mean, fellow?
Fellowship.
So you're doing a fellowship.
It's also referred to as a postdoc.
Okay. So is that what you were doing during the year that you waited to get your license?
That's correct.
All right. So let's start with September of 2009. So let's go. From September of 2009 to to October of 2009, you worked at Psychological Assessment Associates of Arizona,
Correct.
and you just did that for a month.
Correct. Well, September and October.
Okay, so a full 2 months. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and I know on your CV you don't actually put the date. So, I mean, you have September of 2009, but not September 1st. Do you know if
Correct.
it's September 1st?
I don't know the exact date.
Okay, so do you know for sure it was 2 months versus 1 month?
Roughly 2 months, yes.
All right. And you worked there. Looks like you conducted clinical interviews.
Evaluations.
Okay, clinical interviews and administered a variety of assessment tools, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you wrote in your CV.
Yes.
What kind of tools did you use?
Intellectual and memory.
Okay, specifically which ones?
The WACE.
Uh-huh.
The WIMS.
Uh-huh.
The Bender. And TRAILS. Those are all cognitive tests.
Okay. Anything else?
At this specific place?
Yes.
No.
And it looks like you were working with people who were applying for some type of impairments, right? Claimants? What kind of people were you working with there?
A broad range of individuals who were applying for Social Security disability.
Okay. So when you talk about in your CV, you talk about claimants, you're talking about people who are applying for disability with their Social Security?
Yes, that's the verbiage they use.
I'm sorry?
That's the verbiage they use to describe.
Okay. All right. And so you were there for about 2 months. Why did you leave?
I decided to leave because I wanted more of a forensic experience,
All right.
which I was already participating in.
And this particular place, it's not in business anymore, is it?
As far as I know, yes.
Under the same name?
I actually, not as far as I know it is. I don't know if it's under the same name, but yes.
Okay, so maybe they changed names?
That's just speculation, lack of foundation, asked and answered.
Do you know if they changed names?
No. I
Okay.
don't know.
About how many hours a week did you work there?
About 20.
And then August of 2008 to August of 2009. So now we're talking a year before that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You worked as a clinical psychological intern or a resident, right?
Correct.
And you told us a little bit about that when you worked at Arizona State Hospital.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, so that's prior to your doctorate, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's why you're called an intern or a resident?
That's correct.
All right. And then the September of 2009 to January of 2010, it looks as though you overlapped. So at the same time you were working at the psychological assessment with the disability people, you were also working at Buwalda Psychological Services?
That's correct.
Okay, and you worked there for just 3 months, right?
That's correct.
And it says that you conducted clinical interviews and did several assessment tools, right?
That's correct.
What kind of tools did you use here?
I was doing 2 different types of evaluations there. I was doing evaluations for CPS and was administering, again, the WACE and the MMPI, and also a variety of other tools depending on what the actual question was at hand.
Okay, like what?
I've used, I did the BASC, for example, with some children. The BASC is a measure of psychopathology in children.
Okay.
I've used the TAT.
TAT? Okay. And what's that for?
General psychopathology, if there was an indication that the person may have some more severe psychopathology,
Okay.
we'd give it to them.
All right, what else?
Those are the 2 that come off the top of my head, but there was a variety. I had access, fortunately, to a number of different instruments there.
Anything else that you can remember then?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. And about how many hours a week did you work there?
I was there 20 hours also.
So for the time that you overlapped with the other place, were you working full-time at that point?
I was working full-time across both places together, yes.
Okay. Well, from here, it looks like from October of 2009 to January of 2010, it appears that you were just working at the Buwalda place, right?
Clinically, I also was teaching during that time.
Okay. Well, I'm just talking about working at these places. So when you're working at Buwalda, is that 20 hours a week?
It fluctuated. Some weeks I would work a little bit more. I'd ask for more evaluations, some weeks less.
Okay. And typically, how many evaluations did you do in a week?
With that placement in particular?
Yes.
I really would be, I'm just estimating.
Sure.
Maybe 4
Okay.
4 to 5.
Okay. And you worked there at this Buwalda place for a total of 3 months, right?
Correct.
And then after that, you moved on again, right?
Yes.
And why did you leave there?
I decided that I wanted to spend more time studying for my exam.
Okay. So is that why then you took 2 months off?
I didn't take 2 months off.
Oh, how long did you take off?
I was teaching during that time.
Okay. So besides teaching, were you working at some other place?
No, I was just teaching.
Okay. So is that the extra time that gave you to study for your exam?
Yes.
Okay. Because you said you took time, you wanted to study for your exam, right?
Yes.
Okay. So during this time, how long did you take off from working besides teaching to study for your exam?
The time until I worked at Bayless Behavioral Health.
When you worked at Bayless?
Yes,
Okay. And that started in March of 2010, right?
that's correct.
All right. And so from basically January of 2010 till March of 2010, you weren't working in a clinical setting.
Say that again?
You weren't working in a clinical setting.
Tell me the time span again?
Oh, January 2010 to March of 2010.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Then, now at Buwalda, you said that's the place that you worked with kids who were involved in CPS, right?
Not just children, their parents also.
Right, but kids too.
Yes,
Okay. And so during that time, you were doing psychological evaluations on the adults and the children who came into you from CPS?
yes.
And these were evaluations. You weren't giving them therapy at the same time.
I was not conducting therapy there, correct?
Okay, so just doing these evaluations?
Yes.
These evaluations that you talk about needing to remain unbiased, right?
Yes.
How many evaluations did you do with regard to these adults and children for CPS, do you think?
Total?
Sure. During this time at Buwalda?
Again, that varied. It's hard for me to give a specific number. Some weeks I would have 1, some weeks I'd have 4. It would depend on the week.
Okay, so over these couple of months, you would have anywhere between, I guess, 4 a month to 12 a month. Does that sound about right?
Sure. It's hard to pinpoint exactly how many. I wasn't sitting there writing down and tallying.
Okay. Well, part of doing these evaluations, you learn about like especially with the kids, let's say for a second. Don't you learn a lot about, you have to know about their background, right?
Yes.
And sometimes they're going to tell you things about where they came from,
Yes.
if they're in a foster home or if they've been homeless.
Yes.
And some of the things you might learn that these children have been beaten.
Yes.
And sometimes these children might not have anyone to really count on them at this point, right? Because they're coming to you, they might be involved in CPS.
It's potentially, yes.
Okay, well, in other words, you dealt with these children who had a myriad of problems that they were dealing with in their lives, right?
Yes.
And so during this time that you're dealing with these children, as a human being, you're saying not ever did you feel 1 ounce of compassion for any of these children since you were evaluating them?
When I walked in there and met with them, no. Did I feel compassion immediately off the bat? No.
No. I'm not talking immediately off the bat because you don't know anything about them. But I'm talking about, listening to their hard stories and how these children might have been beaten or how they might have been homeless. After listening to these as an evaluator, you're telling us because you're able to be unbiased, not 1 ounce of compassion.
I was able to feel some compassion, but not in the way that it would cause me to be biased.
Okay, so you are able to feel some compassion then.
At some point, if it depends on the scenario.
Okay, so at some point, depending on the scenario, you as an evaluator can feel compassion for someone you're evaluating.
It's possible.
It's possible. And when this possibility arises to have some type of compassion, you're saying that you were able to, let's see, at this point it would be, well, you didn't have your license yet, right? At the time we're talking.
Correct.
And so at this point during your practice, then, you would be able to have this compassion and remain unbiased, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And at this point in time, you really didn't have much experience. You just got your doctorate a year before, right?
That's incorrect.
So you had lots of experience.
I had experience.
Okay. Lots of experience?
I started seeing patients in 2004.
Okay. So when you start seeing patients, then that's what gives you experience then. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. And so your education isn't necessary?
Necessary for what?
Well, to have the knowledge to do what you do.
Of course it's necessary.
But you just told me that experience is also necessary too, right?
The first time I saw patients was in 2004. It was the first time that I had experience in seeing patients in a therapeutic and evaluative role.
Okay. So if you've been seeing patients since 2004, and now we're talking about a time in 2009 for a few months into 2010, right, when you're seeing these CPS kids, right?
Correct.
So at that point in time, you had seen some patients from 2004 until 2009, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so that 5-year experience of seeing patients was enough for you to be able to remain unbiased whenever you felt compassion for one of your evaluations.
Yes.
And so with 5 years of experience with these evaluations, that's enough then?
I'm not saying that's enough. It was enough for me.
Okay. Enough for you to be able to remain unbiased even though you couldn't feel some compassion?
Correct.
And these evaluations that you're conducting and that you're talking about for these 5 years, these are supervised, right?
Yes.
So in other words, you're not allowed to do them by yourself.
Under the supervision of a psychologist.
So you can't do them by yourself.
That's correct.
And the psychologist, that's somebody who's licensed, right?
That's correct.
And the psychologist is the one who's watching over you or to make sure that your evaluations are done appropriately.
Correct.
And wouldn't you agree somebody who is just coming into doing evaluations, even let's say in 2004, wouldn't you agree that you learn along the way how to do them, don't you?
In school, yes.
So you think you learned how to do evaluations in school and then when you get out in 2004, you conducted them perfectly?
I would never say perfectly. I think that's extreme. But what you find is that the bulk of information that you learn about evaluations is certainly in school and education.
Okay, so then the experience that we were just talking about doesn't matter so much as as schooling does.
I would say that schooling takes a priority over it. By the time I got to the point that you're referencing, I was doing these independently. I'm not taking away that the psychologist was certainly there in the sense that I was practicing under the psychologist's license. I was a person sitting in the room. I was a person administering the test, interpreting the test, and writing up the report completely independently.
Okay, and then a psychologist was reviewing your work, right?
Yes.
And that fail-safe is there to make sure that people without licenses are doing it correctly, right?
Correct, and that's what I do now for students.
Okay, in fact, you did that right as soon as you got your license, didn't you?
Yes,
You started supervising students?
that's correct.
Okay. You started working at Bayless Behavioral Health Services in March of 2010, right?
Correct.
And as a fellow, you worked there from March of 2010 till August of 2010, is that right?
Correct.
And then in August of 2010, that's when you get your license.
In July.
Oh, July, okay. Is that right?
Correct.
So then in August of 2010, you stay at Bayless, but now you're considered a psychologist.
And the director of the agency.
So they hired you on as director of the entire agency as soon as you got your license?
Immediately.
Okay. And how many people did you supervise?
It was a large agency, so the numbers fluctuated over time.
Uh-huh.
So generally, there was roughly about 30 master's level students. And doctorate level, anywhere 4 or 5.
Okay. So this is all at one time? You would have to supervise 30 master level people?
The way that it was structured was that I had a handful of people that were underneath me, that I supervised them, and they would supervise the remaining of the students. But the way that the agency worked is that many of the, I misspoke, not students, staff. Many of the staff would come to me on a regular basis to provide that additional supervision. I have served as a secondary supervisor for all of them.
Okay, secondary supervisor, I'm a little bit confused. So you supervised a handful of what?
Of master's level staff.
Okay. And those master level staff then would supervise whom?
They would also supervise other staff, other master's level staff.
Okay. And when you're talking staff, are these people who are master level seeking their masters in psychology? Or what?
Not seeking, they had their degrees already in counseling or social work.
Okay. And these are the people that you were supervising?
In addition to students.
Okay. And the students are whom?
The students were master's level and doctoral level students. So those were the individuals who were in the process of obtaining their degrees.
Okay. All right. So you supervised the people who had their degrees, and the people who had their degrees supervised people who didn't have their degrees?
No, I supervised both, some that had their degrees and some that did not. Because I was one of the only psychologists there, we didn't have a lot of psychologists there, I participated in supervising the doctoral students.
Okay. So you didn't supervise the master level students?
I was the one that was in charge of the entire program. Again, for those students, I served as a secondary supervisor. I had master's level therapists that were underneath me, and they were supervising the students, and then they'd come to me for as a secondary. Because in this field, there's a lot of stuff that changes on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes their supervisors weren't available. Sometimes the case was complex and they needed help.
Okay. How many psychologists were at Bayless at the time you were there?
It changed. It was
at the time that you were supervising?
It changed over time. I was at that position for 2 years.
Okay. Well, I mean, what's the lowest amount?
2.
Okay, and what's the highest amount?
There wasn't a lot of doctoral level. Are you including psychiatrists in that also?
Psychologists and psychiatrists, sure.
Okay. Maybe 5?
5 would be the highest? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and did that include you as well?
No, you said that I supervised.
No, not supervised. How many psychologists or psychiatrists were, you said that there were not that many psychologists in
Right.
Bayless.
Right.
So were there other psychologists, licensed psychologists that worked at Bayless?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's what I'm asking about.
Okay.
Not who you supervised.
Okay.
Okay. So is that the numbers that you just went through?
So the number of licensed psychologists there were 4.
4. Is that something that remained the same?
Well, then some people would become licensed. So it would change over time as more became licensed.
Okay. All right. You talked about supervising some of the master level people, right?
Correct.
And you agree, you don't know Miss Alice LaViolette, right?
I do not know her.
You've never met her,
That's correct.
and you've certainly never supervised her, right?
That's correct.
You're aware that she got her master's degree in 1980, right? Do you know this?
No.
Okay, well, if I told you she got her master's level in 1980, you wouldn't have been able to supervise her way back then, right?
Do you mean before she was licensed?
No. She got her master's
Understand.
in 1980. You were, what, were you just born, or?
So
you
I would
wouldn't be
not-
around to supervise her, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's talk a little bit about your internship at Arizona State Hospital, okay? That was, let's see, August 2008 to August of 2009, right?
Correct.
And it looks like you were doing forensic evaluations there?
Yes.
And specifically, you worked with guilty, except insane people?
With that aspect of the hospital, there's 3 different aspects of the hospital.
Okay. So, well, you worked with, what type of people, what type of populations were you working with there?
So there's 3 sides of the hospital, the guilty, except insane.
Right.
There's also the side of the hospital that's referred to as the non-criminal side, the civil side.
Civil,
So these are individuals who have been in and out of hospitals and need a longer stay residence, sometimes for several years. They have not engaged in a crime. It's possible that they could have engaged in a crime, but that's not why they're there.
Okay.
There's also the side of the hospital that houses the sexually violent people,
Okay, so, and those are often referred to as SVPs?
SVP.
Okay. So did you do evaluations on all 3 different sections?
I did evaluations on the civil and the forensic side, the GEI side, not on the SVP.
So you didn't do any evaluations on the SVP?
I did therapy.
Oh, you did therapy with them? Oh,
Yes.
okay. All right, so is that the only group that, is that the only population that you did therapy with, or did you do it with anybody else?
I did it with the civil and at the forensic also.
Okay. And you said you used forensic and neuropsychological testing instruments?
Yes.
Which ones did you use?
All of them?
Other than what we've
Some-
already spoken about?
The whole Halstead-Rattan battery,
Okay.
which includes numerous tests in there. California, the CBLT, the RBLT.
Okay.
There's numerous tests, the MMPI, the MCMI,
Okay.
the back. I keep going.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you do any did you ever use the PDS while you were there?
I did not.
Okay. And did you write reports when you did you do any evaluations?
At the state hospital? Yes.
Okay. And were those for the guilty, except insane? Is that the forensic side that you did?
I did it on the civil side also.
Okay. So you wrote reports then?
Yes.
And who were you writing reports for?
For the hospital,
Okay. So the state?
the state hospital.
Okay. So the state hospital would be the one who was seeking reports from you.
The specific referral would come from the psychiatrist.
Okay. All right. And then you would be writing reports that the state hospital would be using?
Yes.
Okay. When you were giving therapy to the sexually violent persons, how long did you do that for?
For the year that I was doing my residency.
Okay. And during that year, then you would, I would imagine, become familiar with these type of people, right?
Yes, that was not the first time that I worked with that population.
Okay, so you were familiar with him then, right?
Yes.
And in being familiar with people who, well, you also worked, prior to this, you also worked in with people having to do with sex crimes?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
2007?
And is that when you were in the prison, or is that
That's
at Michigan
correct.
State?
The prison.
The prison, okay. And so you specifically, the criminal sexual conduct group?
Correct.
Okay. So those 2 times you were working with people having to do with sex crimes, is that right?
There's been other times also, but yes.
I know in your future you did it as well, too.
Correct.
Okay. So when you're working with these type of people, you would learn how to deal with them, right?
Yes.
And giving them therapy, you would talk to them?
I would do therapy with them, yes.
Okay, well, when you do therapy with somebody, you talk to them, don't you?
Yes.
All right. And when you're talking with them, you are, you're, well, in a therapeutic setting, right? So you want them to open up with you
Yes.
because you want them to tell you what they're thinking.
I want to be able to appropriately do treatment with them.
All right. And to appropriately do treatment, you need to know from them what's going on, right?
Correct.
And in dealing with these people who commit sexual crimes, you're aware that they often tend to minimize what they've done, right?
Yes.
And they often tend to deny what they've done.
Yes.
And they often distort their offending behaviors, don't they?
That's correct.
And in these situations, it wouldn't be unusual for their family members to not know what was going on, right?
No.
So you think they tell their family everything that they've done?
No.
So it would be unusual. It wouldn't be unusual for the family to not know about this offensive behavior.
I disagree.
So you think then that the family would know?
I wouldn't say 100% of the time, but I don't think it would be unusual.
So in other words, these sex offenders or people with criminal sexual crimes, they might minimize and deny about their acts, but they're going to run and tell their family what they've done?
Objection, lack of foundation, minimize, deny, and speculation as to whether they tell their family.
She just agreed to all that.
Overall.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. So these people who are denying and distorting
Sure.
what they've done, their offensive behaviors, right? That's your experience.
Yes, they have a tendency to do that.
Oh, okay. And so people who do that, then you're saying that the family would still know their offensive behaviors.
That is correct.
Okay. And because they're going to tell their friends about it too then?
No, because a lot of sex offenders have a proclivity for engaging in sexual crimes that then lead to a crime that is then brought to the attention of the family, or they catch them in the act, or the police catch them and they become part of the system.
Oh, okay. So the family knows about it because the family was the victim, right? The family could know about it because a member of the family was the
That's
victim?
one reason that could be.
Okay. Or the family caught them?
That's another potential reason amongst others.
Okay. So, but these are the reasons, or the person gets arrested and then the family knows about it.
Right, or the person is engaging in behaviors that would be consistent with whatever their sex crime is. So for example, if there was a pedophile, we would expect to see consistent behavior with that. Them engaging in activities with children frequently, having child pornography, engaging in behaviors that would be suggestive of that would indicate to the family.
And you think the family is going to always know about this then, because they're not going to hide it from the family?
Always? No.
Okay. So the family's going to find out about it when the person gets arrested?
There's a potential for them to find out when they're arrested, amongst the other examples that I just gave you.
Okay. These people who distort and deny their offensive behavior, though, do you also think that their friends are going to know about it?
I would say the same answer as I just did for the family.
Okay. And then same with their coworkers. Their coworkers are going to know about it too?
Get the same answer I just gave.
Okay. So everybody but you, the therapist, is going to know about their offensive behavior.
I think you're mischaracterizing what I've been highlighting.
Well, but you're saying that these people deny and distort these things when you're talking to them about their behavior, but somehow their coworkers and their friends and their family are going to see these offensive behaviors that they deny to you.
I'm saying that they have a tendency to deny and distort. That is correct.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that it's not possible and doesn't happen frequently for people in their life to be aware of it because of the things that I highlighted earlier, such as engaging in other behaviors that would be suggestive of, for example, the pedophilic behavior.
Okay. And later on in your career, well, I guess just recently at Bayless, right? You worked with risk assessments? Sexual risk assessments, psychosexual risk assessments?
Yes,
Okay. And that's what you were talking about as far as also working with people who are involved with criminal sexual activity, right?
that was one.
Okay.
There's others.
Okay. In April of 2008, I'm going to when you were an evaluator, and I went about the prevention and training services in Lansing, Michigan. Do you see that on your CV?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you worked there for, is that 2 months?
Yes.
And during that time in your CV, you're talking about conducting individual unstructured interviews, right?
Yes.
And unstructured means they're what?
The difference between structured and unstructured, structured would be a very specific format that would be laid out with a test that says you have to ask exactly this question, this question, this question, rather than a typical clinical interview that does not specifically indicate that you have to ask specific questions.
Okay, so you were talking to these people in an unstructured interview.
This is similar to what a clinical interview is, yes.
Okay. Well, you didn't put clinical interview, right? You wrote unstructured interview.
I did.
Okay. And in particular, in your CV on this particular part, you said that you were interviewing domestic batterers and alcohol abusers. Is that right?
Yes.
And in this particular part of your CV, you actually noted that you worked with domestic batterers, right?
Yes.
And that you wrote treatment plans,
Right.
right? And that was for 2 months.
Yes.
And that was before you got your doctorate.
Yes.
And that was before you got your license.
That's correct.
So is that considered practicing before you get your doctorate?
Yes.
Okay. So at what point do you start practicing? What degree do you have to be consider a practice?
It depends on how you use the terminology. How are you using it?
Well, if you're practicing as a psychologist, let's say. So if you're practicing as a psychologist, when does that practice begin?
When you become a psychologist.
Okay. So when you become a psychologist, that's when you get your doctorate, right?
No.
Okay. When do you become a psychologist?
You become a psychologist when you take the licensing exam after you've completed your doctorate.
Okay. So you can start your practice as a psychologist after you get your license.
By using the term psychologist, yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. With regard to these domestic batterers that you talked to for 2 months, you didn't do any type of assessment tools on them?
No.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the research that you've laid out in your CV, okay?
Sure.
The last research you've conducted was in April of 2008?
Yes.
Okay, and you haven't done any research since then?
No, I've become a clinician.
Okay, so you don't do any research at all anymore?
I do not.
And ultimately, the research that was in 2008, that was for your dissertation?
That's correct.
And you used that research to receive your doctorate?
I completed it for my dissertation, which led to receiving my doctorate.
Okay. And after you just graduated, let's see, your bachelor's degree, looks like you worked in a lab as a graduate research assistant?
Are you talking about after my undergraduate degree?
I'm sorry, I'm talking about August 04 to August 07. So that's during your master's, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you worked as a graduate research assistant?
that's correct.
And that was just after your bachelor's then, right? You started doing that after your bachelor's?
That's correct.
Okay, and after your bachelor's, in this particular part of your CV, you talk about that I guess you interviewed mothers and children who were experiencing domestic violence? Or did you interview them as part of your research?
You're referring to two different areas of the CV.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry, I'm referring to 03 to 04, right? August 03 to 12 of 04.
Yes,
Okay, and during that time, you were a graduate research assistant, right?
that is correct.
All right, and as part of your research that you did during that time, you interviewed mothers and children?
Not children,
Oh, not children. Did you just interview mothers?
mothers.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was about who were experiencing domestic violence.
Right.
Okay. And what kind of tools did you use to do these interviews?
They were research tools,
Okay. So what does that mean?
meaning that they weren't used for clinical purposes. They were used to collect data for research.
Okay. So you weren't doing any kind of therapy.
No, this was a research project.
Okay. So you're just collecting data.
That's correct, for purposes of research.
All right. And so did you have a specific interview form that you would know which questions to ask?
Yes.
Okay. And you would just follow through that form?
Well, that and give them the questionnaires that were associated with the research study.
Okay. Well, so in other words, there were specific questions that you're asking them.
Yes.
All right. And did you stray from that?
When needed.
Okay.
Yes.
And with regard to that, then how many people did you interview? Do you remember?
I do not have a memory of the number.
All right. And particularly in your CV, you specifically mention here that you collected data for a study for mothers and children experiencing domestic violence, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've done a couple of lectures?
More than a couple.
Did you have a monthly lecture series that you did at Bayless?
Weekly.
Weekly? Is your CV updated? Does it say weekly in your CV?
Where are you?
I'm on page 5. Under selected lectures.
Right. So there was weekly lectures, and I would give a lecture myself monthly, but I was in charge of all the lectures.
Okay, so my question is does your CV say monthly lectures?
Yes.
Okay, and so you would give a lecture monthly?
Roughly, yes.
And there were other people who were giving lectures as well?
The other psychologists.
Okay, and these lectures were given to whom?
To our staff and our students.
Okay, so this was all in-house then?
In that one in particular, yes.
And prior to that, you gave a lecture that was termed The Disruptive Physician?
Yes.
And the audience on that was healthcare lawyers, right?
Yes.
That was in May of 2012?
Yes.
And prior to that, you gave a lecture to middle school students?
Yeah. No.
No?
No.
You didn't lecture Opportunity Knox at Supai Middle School?
Not to students.
Oh, okay. Who was that to?
To staff.
The staff at the school?
Yes.
Is that a yes? Okay, and that was in March of 2012?
Yes.
And there's no lectures prior to that, right?
There's no lectures that I have listed on there,
Okay, and then no lectures after August of 2012?
but I've given other lectures.
So you just didn't put them on your CV?
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
So you added things to your CV. You've added things in your experience, but you just didn't put it on your CV.
Right. So lectures, for example, I don't spend time adding stuff like that to my CVs because it's
They're
secondary.
not important to you?
Not that it's not important, it's just secondary to seeing my patients.
So secondary to your patients, you see the need not to add it to your CV then?
I don't use my CV very often.
Okay. Well, you remember when we had an interview with you, right, a couple months ago?
Yes.
Okay. And when we walked in on that interview, you handed us an updated CV, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. But I guess it wasn't really totally updated.
Right.
Okay. Let's talk about.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, 9:30 tomorrow morning, please remember the admonition. You are excused. Have a nice evening. You may step down. Record will show the jury left the courtroom. Counsel, is there anything else?